Resolution number 227, authored by yours truly, and resolution number 229. And just for the record, let me just read the three resolutions to put it on record. So resolution 225, entitled Resolution Directing the Committee on Ways and Means and other appropriate committees of the Senate to conduct an inquiry in age of legislation on the revenues generated by the government from the Philippine offshore gaming operators, POGOs, vis-a-vis the social costs attendant to the operation of POGOs in the country, authored by Senator Joel Villanueva. Then Resolution 227, resolution directing the appropriate Senate committee to conduct an inquiry in aid of legislation on the government's revenue collection from the implementation of Republic Act number 11590 and the economic and social costs incurred by the government in addressing crimes related to the Philippine offshore gaming operations industry, authored by yours truly. And last, resolution number 229, resolution expressing the sense of the Senate of the need to evaluate the existence of Philippine offshore gaming operators in the country in light of the social costs that outweigh the reported economic gains from its operations, authored by Senator Grace Poe. So those are the three resolutions that we have been discussing in the last two hearings, and this is the third hearing to discuss on the said resolutions. So before we continue, let me direct the committee secretary to acknowledge our resource persons for today, but let me make special mention of the presence of our former DOF Secretary, Secretary Gary Teves. We're very privileged and honored that you're here with us to share your thoughts on the issues. So with that, Comsec.
Morning, Your Honors. For today's public hearing, we have the following resource persons. Present on site from the Department of Finance, Assistant Secretary Valerie Joy Breon, Fiscal Policy and Monitoring Group, and Ms. Julie Bato, Division Chief of the Policy Research and Liaison Office. From the Bureau of Internal Revenue, we have Attorney Sixto C.D. From the Philippine Amusement and Gaming Corporation, we have Attorney Renfred C. Tan, Senior Manager of the Offshore Gaming and Licensing Department, and supported by Ms. Jackie Lou Rivera, Acting Senior Manager, Compliance Monitoring and Enforcement Department, together with their staff. From the Department of Labor and Employment, we have Ma'am Rosalinda Pineda, Chief Labor and Employment Officer, and Mr. Alexis Gabriel Habito. From the National Economic and Development Authority, we have Assistant Secretary Sarah Lynn S. Daway Ducanes. From the Planning and Policy Group, from the Anti-Money Laundering Council, we have Attorney Matthew M. David, Executive Director, and Mr. Jerry L. Lial, Director of the Detection and Prevention Department. From the Philippine National Police, we have Police Brigadier General Samuel C. Nacion and Police Colonel Faro Antonio O. Olaguera, together with their staff. From Department of Interior and Local Government, we have Attorney Gino Lavarias, Office of the Assistant Secretary for Legislative Affairs. Present virtually, Your Honors, are also, we would like to acknowledge the presence of former DOF Secretary Margarito Gary B. Teves. From the Securities and Exchange Commission, we have Attorney Kathleen Gatdula and Ms. Matet Persabal. From the Commission on Audit, we have Leonila P. Literal and Sherilyn F. Cano. From the PAGCOR Audit Group, that will be all, Your Honors.
Thank you, Comsec. We want to take advantage of the presence of former Secretary Gary Teves, and he sent us his position paper on the said matter. So with this, I would like to take advantage of his presence, and let me call on Secretary Teves to articulate and to share his thoughts on the three resolutions on hand.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. We're pleased to comment on the Senate's third public hearing to measure the economic costs and benefits of POGO operations under Republic Act number 11590 and other resolutions vis-a-vis social cost. Based on our assessment review and experience in government, our position would be in favor of stopping POGO operations. The social costs of the continued operation of POGOs do not only outweigh its current economic benefits, its social costs would bring further economic cost. POGO-related cases of kidnapping, human trafficking, and unfair labor practices not only threaten social stability, but also puts the Philippine economic recovery at risk. The Department of Finance has estimated that the Philippines may risk losing 16 to 26.2 billion in foreign direct investments due to POGO-related crimes. While POGOs are estimated to have contributed 53.1 billion pesos to the Philippine economy in 2022, their continued operations may put our bilateral relations with China at risk. Philippine export to China have been increasing in the past years, valued at approximately 600.8 billion pesos in 2021 alone. Data from the Anti-Money Laundering Council also show that out of the 54 billion worth of POGO transactions from 2017 to 2019, 26% were deemed suspicious transactions. This puts the credit rating of the Philippines at risk, something we need to be careful about given the country's very tight fiscal position. However, I would like to suggest, Mr. Chairman, that the timing of the decision and its implementation should be considered, given that the most urgent economic concerns of Filipinos today are inflation and jobs. Loss of sources of employment at this time would increase the economic burden of Filipino workers. To address job loss, the government should provide other employment opportunities, among others, through the continued implementation of the Build program, skilling and reskilling, financial and other assistance for the 23,000 Filipinos currently employed by the operations. For your kind consideration. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Secretary Teves. I would like to expound on some of the um, uh, concepts and some of your points here um, in your position paper. And being a former Secretary of Finance, um, the main objective is to raise revenues and also to sustain revenues by attracting the right kind of investments to our country. And definitely China is one of the sources of those foreign direct investments. I would like to just focus on the bilateral relations with China, and I would like to expound on this. Uh, how can the continued operations put the bilateral relations with China at risk, considering that uh, China is the main source of, from information we got, no, it's the main source of POGO revenues. And uh, from your opinion, how will this continued operations put the relations at risk?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Uh, as we tried to suggest, the bilateral operations or relations with China is extremely important. No, and that's the reason why we tried to suggest that we can go ahead with discontinuing the POGO operations here, but maybe we should allow a phase-out mechanism for them, given the immediate impact in terms of employment, revenues, and other benefits that we're getting. But it's a signal to at least our neighbor, a very strong neighbor, China, that we're indeed going to phase out these operations. No, so I think that has to be clear in our statement and in our discussion with our foreign relations counterpart, Mr. Chairman. No.
On a separate note, Secretary, I think just to put this on very simple, I want to make this simple and palatable and understandable to our constituents. Your position is to slowly phase out or um, to completely stop the operations of POGO through a phase-out mechanism, no? Because of the 23,000 Filipinos currently being employed by POGO. From your opinion and analysis, Secretary, will a complete stop of POGO, number one, affect our economy negatively? Number two, affect investments, if there are investments from POGO. No? And number three, affect revenue collection. No? From a macro point of view, because of course, a lot of our constituents think that if POGO pulls out, there'll be a adverse effect to our economic well-being. But from your opinion, will it hurt us if we see POGO out of the country?
You're correct. Based on those questions, Mr. Chairman, there will be an immediate adverse impact if this is implemented right away without a phase-out mechanism and without alternative sources of alternative employment and revenues. I think there has to be some detailed analysis and discussion on the phase-out mechanism, Mr. Chairman. No. My colleagues and I uh, are prepared to assist in any way we can with your staff in trying to figure out what are some of the options associated with this phase-out mechanism. For strictly from the economic standpoint, the situation between economic benefits and costs are quite close. But all things considered, the social costs, which we have uttered, which we considered in our statement, have been factored in the overall decision to phase out, or suggestion rather, to phase out the operations of the POGO. No.
Thank you, Secretary. Another point that I want to expound on this position paper is the risk of losing foreign direct investments. No, and the DOF has mentioned many times on reputational risk. No, that
Yes,
this can
yes.
damage our
Yeah.
country. All of us would want a peaceful, orderly country. No, investments that will contribute to a peaceful and orderly society. No? I think that's the goal of everyone. But from your opinion, because you, as a former secretary, you go out and talk to, you're basically the chief investment officer of the country, and you attract investors to the country. How can this continued operation of POGO affect our attractiveness in terms of FDI?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, that's also a good question. On the net, it's going to be a disincentive. The signal will have to be very clear, Mr. Chairman, that we're going to stop POGO operations, but we are going to have a phase-out mechanism because of its impact also on our economy. But the signal has to be continuously conveyed to both investors as well as governments. For example, China has a very substantial say or influence on Chinese investment. So that has to be very clear at the top diplomatic level that this is the direction of our policymakers. No, so that they are going to be prepared and they're monitoring how we're going to implement the phase-out mechanism, so that when and the directions are clear and being implemented properly, they themselves will be hopefully encouraging their own investors to come over and assist and invest money in the Philippines. No.
Thank you, Secretary, for your thoughts on the matter. And of course, we want, again, normally when we invite investors who will bring in the hard cash, no, in terms of investment, no? Something that is tangible and long term. For example, manufacturing, BPOs, not investments that can create a bubble and leave the country immediately. You know? So, from your point of view, Mr. Secretary, um, looking at the long term, can Pogo contribute to uh, long the long term stability of our economy, considering that all of these things, the crime, the China factor, do you think it's a good long term business that the country should maintain and to cultivate?
From our observations regarding the POGO operations, which probably other experts can substantiate or may give their own opinions, it's the overall net contribution that is important. No, while we said that POGO has its favorable benefits in terms of the business side, in terms of employment, then you have to consider also the social costs associated with the adverse operations of the POGO. So you'll come out with a net effect. On the other hand, there are also other factors that if POGO operations were to stop because of the other adverse elements that we mentioned earlier, then that is something that is going to be inputted to the decisions of investors. No? But we also realize that investors have other concerns outside of the issue of the POGO. Uh, the overall environment in the Philippines, the other micro components like energy costs, labor, rule of law, etc. All of this will have to be factored in terms of the decision of the investors. But significantly, because uh, governments have some influence on on their investors, we have to relate to these governments and also get a feel from them. And that's why on the net, we're saying that since most of the POGO operators come from the Republic of China, I think if it will be net advantageous for us, Mr. Chairman, if we have uh, considered their position and attitudes towards the POGOs. No, so on the net, I think there will be a positive inflow for indirect investments in China from China, and at the same time, for those who are concerned about issues like money laundering, uh, credit rating agencies, and all of these institutions taken together, on the net, the decision to phase out operations of FOGO will be advantageous to the country. No.
Thank you, Secretary. And another point on China, no, being a former DOF secretary, um, uh, and looking at the statements of China, China's repeatedly mentioned in their website that it's against their law to invest, participate, and bet on using online platforms. No, I saw that in their website. In fact, they have 3 or 4 press releases to that effect. Um, and one of the reasons is capital outflow from China, no? Because when they bet out, obviously money goes out of China. So aside from the illegal gambling, there's also effect on their fiscal position, no? So from your experience, what can China do in order to curb their citizens to bet online? What are the because my point there is if our main customers is China and China is saying online gambling is illegal and dollar outflows is already big is impacting our fiscal position from a policy standpoint of China, what can they do, you know, to stop uh, online gambling?
I'll be guessing, Mr. Chairman. I'm afraid that is not my area of knowledge and expertise, but I think policy issues, statements coming from the head of the government, he has a lot of influence, I understand. So that will have a very strong moral suasion on the part of these investors from POGO investors. I guess I will have to defer to our other colleagues here who probably have more intimate knowledge on this type of questions. And I apologize for that, Mr. Chairman. No.
Thank you, Secretary. With that, Secretary, thank you very much for your time and your participation.
Not at all. We also have some Q&A on the matter, Mr. Chairman. We're going to provide this to your staff. And as I indicated earlier, informally, please try to get in touch with us in case we can be of assistance to your staff. No, thank you.
Well, definitely, Secretary, will take your offer on that, and we'll definitely tap your personal knowledge as well as your
Yeah.
organization's
We can
knowledge.
coordinate with Attorney Bartolome or anybody from your staff, Mr. Chairman.
Yes. Thank you,
Thank you very
Secretary.
much.
Thank you very much. With that, we'll go on to other topics on hand, and we'll go on uh, some of the items that were left over from the second hearing, particularly submissions from PAGCOR. And we had some questions to PAGCOR, and we also required PAGCOR to submit to us some documents. So we want to discuss those documents and submissions, and also understand some of the decision-making processes that PAGCOR employed in the selection of the third-party auditor. But before that, I want to go on a macro point of view, no? Because I was looking at the revenues of PAGCOR, and over the years, POGO has been a huge contributor to PAGCOR's revenue. I think at the peak, POGO contributed close to about 10% of PAGCOR's revenue. Almost 10% to PAGCOR's revenue. So it's a very big contributor to PAGCOR. This is a study, a summary that our Senate Economic and Planning Office generated. So it's a sizable um, contributor to the overall PAGCOR revenue. About 8 billion came from PAGCOR. No? So with that, I would assume, because it's a major contributor, and POGO seems to be a business that PAGCOR is cultivating, not only regulating, no, but cultivating, making sure that rules are being followed, as well as how to maximize the presence of POGOs here in our country. So I would assume that, just like any other major businesses, especially POGO contributed 8 billion to PAGCOR, POGO will have some form of long-term outlook. No, that's why I requested for some form of a roadmap or some form of a study on where POGO is going. No, we have to understand from a macro point of view, is POGO a sustainable business? No, just business. I'm not talking about the social cost yet. No, just from a business point of view, is POGO a sustainable business for the country? I know there are a lot of complications, no? And but I want to understand from PAGCOR, because you're the expert in gaming and you have dealt with POGOs for many years, since I believe 2015, no? And so we have many interactions, many experiences with POGO. No? So I requested for a roadmap from PAGCOR, and I would like to discuss this today. No? So I'd like to ask PAGCOR to share with us, no, their roadmap for POGO, their views on the future of Pogo, and how to address the issues surrounding the Pogo industry. So we'll start off with the macro view so that we know if this business is indeed feasible. I'd like to compare this to BPOs, no? And BPOs is a very well organized industry. They have 5-year roadmaps. They updated regularly. They have a target revenue, target number of employment, target contribution to their economy. So it's a business that is long term, no, and obviously no social cost, no, to the country whatsoever. So with that, I would like to also hear from Pagcor if they have the same type of roadmap, no, so that we will understand, no, if this is a sustainable business. No? So we'll start off with that, and we'll call on anyone from Pagcor to discuss with that to discuss with us their roadmap.
Yes. Good morning, Mr. Chair. May I first manifest that the team of PAGCOR is here. Uh, we have several other representatives from the other departments that may answer queries from this committee if there would be questions pertinent to uh, matters that their department is handling. So may I request that they be also recognized in this committee.
Go ahead. Who should I recognize?
Uh, for the roadmap, Mr. Chair, I will be discussing it.
Okay, go ahead.
So the roadmap that we submitted consists of short-term, medium-term, and long-term plans. It spanning for the next 5 years, which PAGCOR envisions how the Pogo industry would take its course. So for the short-term plans, uh, since there have been issues on Pogo-related incidents or Pogo-related cases since early this year, our short-term goals are to improve on that or to help uh, other government agencies or to improve the coordination with other government agencies to curb the social costs or social ills that is associated with POGOs. Because we believe that these social ills or social costs stem from illegal operations and not from those that are licensed by PAGCOR. So what we have here is to strengthen our offshore gaming employment license implementation and to intensify interagency cooperation. So we believe, sir, or Mr. Chair, that it is imperative that we have a mechanism in cooperation with the other government agencies to immediately distinguish illegal operations from legal operations. Uh, in the short term, that would be very helpful for the POGO industry to differentiate itself, to show that it is a business that does not come with the illegal or the social cost that is associated with it. So, kailangan mapakita, sir, na yung social costs stem from those which are illegal and not from those which are duly licensed by PAGCOR. We will do this by uh, intensifying interagency cooperation, especially with our law enforcement agencies. So, with the help of PNP, NBI, we will be able to eradicate or at least lessen those illegal operations, which mainly or primarily are the source of the crimes, the POGO-related crimes that are being reported. So for the medium-term plan, Mr. Chair, our plan or our trust is to encourage the establishment of more POGO hubs and the inclusion of government regulatory offices in POGO hubs. In our regulatory manual, Mr. Chair, the POGO hub is an ideal, we see this as an ideal setup for POGOs because the operations and services that the employees may need are concentrated in a one-stop shop. So the POGO hubs will also include office space for PAGCOR monitoring employees or personnel and partner government agencies. So this is not only cost effective for the licensees themselves, but it will also make it easier for partner government agencies to inspect and monitor the operations of POGOs and the activities of their employees as well. Conversely, it will also increase the security for the POGO employees as well. So that is our medium-term plan for the POGO industry. So the creation of more POGO hubs. For our long-term plan, Mr. Chair, of course, it's to get back to the optimal number of licensees that we had at the peak of the POGO industry. Uh, there is a direct relationship between the number of licensees and the income that we are able uh, to get from the POGO industry. As of now, we have 33 remaining licensees. Nabawasan po ito during the pandemic. Most of the licensees closed shop because they were affected by the pandemic. So now our long-term goal is to reach that number again so that we could provide the same revenue to the government, if not more, for in the long term. And of course, the increase in income should also come with the elimination of illegal online gambling operations and the social costs associated with it. So we want, in the long term, we see POGO as a contributor to the government of important revenues without the social costs that are associated with it. And hopefully, there would be less or if not zero illegal operations wherein doon po nanggagaling yung mga social costs that have been reported recently. That's all, Your Honor.
Thank you, Attorney. We'll go a little bit. No, we'll go to the basics. You submitted to us a 4-page roadmap, no?
Yes, Your Honor.
Tama po ba?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
In my entire life, this is the shortest roadmap na nakita ko. In fact, hindi siya road eh. Parang eskinita lang siya, no? Because it's only 4 pages. I would assume this was crafted because we requested it, correct? Or this was crafted even long before we requested it?
It's a work in progress,
It's a
Mr.
work
Chair.
in progress, okay. Do you have a roadmap when you started engaging this business sometime in 2015, 2016, 2017? Do you have a previous roadmap?
I'm not aware of a previous roadmap, Mr. Chair.
So there's no roadmap.
I'm not aware
Okay.
of it.
Did you engage any third party to create this roadmap, or was this an in-house roadmap?
That's an in-house roadmap,
Okay,
Mr. Chair.
so I would assume since this is an in-house roadmap, you relied on PAGCOR's expertise to craft this.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
All right, okay, sige. Um, we'll break this down one by one. No, I saw a revenue target. Let's flash it on the screen. By 2027, you aim to reach 10 billion in terms of revenue. This is from your roadmap, tama?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Okay. How do you plan to hit the 10 billion mark? Because the highest that you have reached in 2019 is 8 billion. So obviously you plan to increase this in the next 5 years. And I was looking at the growth rates of your revenue. It's quite ambitious. No, we're talking about on the average about 40% growth rate from now to 2017. So how do you plan to reach 10 billion by 2027?
Yes, Mr. Chair. The gradual increase in the targets or in the income are based on our projections on the increase of the number of licensees, at the same time, increase in the number of their service providers, and then with the help of our third-party auditor, the increase in their gross gaming revenue, wherein we get the regulatory fee of 2% from that gross gaming revenue.
Okay. All right. We'll break it down. We'll break down your statements. How many POGO operators are there globally? Because you have a target revenue, correct? So obviously you plan to attract X amount of POGO to reach that revenue. Tama? So how many? Ilan ba ang POGO operators globally?
Mr. Chair, we do not have data on that. We only have data on our current POGO licensees.
Okay, but what is the breakdown of this 10? Diba? Where did you get that 10 billion? I'm trying to understand from a global this is a global business, so I'm trying to understand how many POGO operators are there PAGCOR plans to attract to the Philippines. First is how many globally and how many do we plan to attract? So globally, how many?
Mr. Chair, we do not have data on the global number of POGOs, but the projections are based on the maximum number of licensees that we will license. And then we also project them to increase their monthly regulatory fee because we project that their gross gaming revenue will also increase by 2027.
Okay, so we don't have a universe of how many POGO operators are there globally. Wala
As of
tayong
now,
ganun na study.
wala po, sir.
What market share is PAGCOR planning to achieve to reach that 10 billion from a global standpoint? Do you plan to get 50% market share? Baka 100% nga because I don't know, may ibang country na may POGO, tayo lang meron eh. So obviously, it's 100% market share. But I want to ask PAGCOR, what market share are we
As-
aiming to get?
Mr. Chair, as far as the ASEAN region is concerned, Mr. Chair, we are the only ones that are allowing or licensing POGO. So we are expecting a 100% share of the POGO industry
Okay.
as far as the ASEAN region is concerned, Your Honor.
But globally,
Globally, we do not have the data on it.
we recognize the presence of Senator Bato, who is the chairman of the Public Order Committee. Welcome, sir. All right. Any opening statements, sir?
Mr. Chairman, good morning. Thank you. Sorry, I am late. Nagsalubong lang ako doon sa President ng National Assembly of Vietnam, doon sa airport ng Villamor Air Base. Habol lang ako. Good morning sa inyo lahat. Morning po. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Bato. We're currently talking about the roadmap, so I'm trying to break down the components of the roadmap to understand the potential and the future of POGO. In terms of global revenue, we'll go back to the market share. So in ASEAN, you plan to take 100% of the market share, no? Because we're the only ones allowing it. Tama?
Yes, Mr.
But globally, are we the only ones allowing it also globally?
No, Mr. Chair. There are other jurisdictions that allow offshore gaming operations. However, we do not have a comparative data on how much.
Which countries are those?
Which countries?
You have to know the industry, di ba? I mean, you're PAGCOR. You plan to attract POGO to come to our country. You plan to increase revenue by 10 billion. So you must know the industry very well. You must know where to attract it, what is the potential, who are our competitors, what type of tax regime are they offering vis-a-vis our tax regime. So which countries are those?
Right now, I think most of there are there are offshore gaming operations in the United Arab Emirates in Dubai, and also some there are European countries that allow
Which ones?
uh, I believe Sweden.
Sweden? May POGOs sa Sweden?
They have offshore. They allow offshore gaming operations,
Oo.
and other European countries, Your Honor.
Like what nga? Oh, you can give us a breakdown. You're the expert in Pogo, eh. So educate us.
Your Honor, I'll just have to check my notes.
Sige, sige. So in terms of global market share, what market share is PAGCOR aiming to take? Do we have a target?
Mr. Chair, as far as the global market, we do not have data on that, on how much market share uh, the Philippines or PAGCOR aims to take, Mr. Chair.
Okay. From a global standpoint, how much revenue is Pogo generating? From a global standpoint. So we know the potential. Diba? Just like business process outsourcing, there's a global value to it, no, in terms of revenue. So from a global standpoint, what type of how much is Pogo generating? Go ahead if you want to
Good morning,
participate.
Mr. Chair.
Oo.
We have a summary of total gross gaming revenue here. And based on the summary, sir, for 2018, the gross gaming revenue was $2.3 billion. And for 2019, 3.9 billion dollars. And for 2020, 1.167 billion dollars. 2021, 549
This is global.
million. This is the GGR, sir, that was mirrored to our
Yes,
third-party
I know.
auditor.
But ano yung global GGR ng Pogo? Yung global GGR. Siyempre, dapat alam natin yung merkado, di ba?
We only have the data that was mirrored to our third
Yeah,
party.
I know.
sir.
I know that. But
Opo.
I'm asking you from a industry standpoint. I want to understand the industry. No? But you plan to grow this industry, you should understand where to grow it and how to grow it. So, so how big is the global GGR? To make it simple, the gross gaming revenue. Do we have that data? Wala tayong data nun. All right. We'll go back to the revenues, no? Target 2017, 10 billion. How many, in terms of employment, can we flash the ano ulit? How many employees can Pogo generate with that 10 billion revenue? Meron ba tayo nun? Siyempre, hindi lang naman kita. We have to also look at employment generation. Diba? If we will going to grow that 10 billion, puro Chinese naman, puro foreigner, then what's the use? So how many jobs are we going to create with that 10 billion revenue? Flash the revenue.
Sure.
Sir, we'll have to check our data from the 2018 years, but that's the number of employees that we are projecting for 2027, Your Honor, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, but do we have the corresponding jobs that we will create with that 10.2 billion ang target nyo eh? So, I guess wala rin tayo. No? What I'm driving at, we're trying to understand the industry. That's what I'm driving at. No, that's why alam ko naman na itong ginawa nyo is really for compliance purposes, but this is toilet paper to be honest about it. No, without all of those data, we don't understand this industry. We don't even understand the potential of this industry. No, so you plan to increase revenue by 10 billion, but you don't know where to get it. Hindi nyo alam kung ilang pogo ba sa buong mundo. You don't know the revenues. So we're just going to allow them to continue, but we don't. You yourself, you don't understand the industry. So kung hindi nyo naintindihan, hindi rin namin maintindihan. So that's what I'm driving at. That's why we're asking all of these questions so that we will understand the nature of this business. So that's another. That's that's what I'm driving at. I asked this last time, no? The source of revenue. Let's go now domestic. Balik tayo sa Philippines, no? Because globally, I don't think you can answer. Domestic. Where is the source of revenue? Where is the where is Pogo sourcing their revenue? Which country is it sourcing? It's an online business platform, so meaning they can accept bets anywhere around the world. But where is it coming from?
Sir, for this question,
Yeah, go ahead.
CMED may answer.
Um, Sir, we have tabulated the following countries where it was based on currencies and based on the pool data by our third-party auditor. So we have 24 countries. For 2019, we have 24 countries here like Australian dollar, Brazil real, Canada dollar, Chinese yuan, euro, Great Britain pound, Hong Kong dollar, Hungary forint, Indonesia rupiah, India rupee, Japan yen, Korean won, Myanmar kyat, Norway kron, Poland zloty, Russia, Sweden, Singapore, Thailand, Turkey, Taiwan, US, Vietnam, and South Africa, Your Honor.
So that's for 2019.
Yes, sir.
Okay. I have a report here from Globalcom, RCI, and PAGCOR. Um, uh, Based on this report, 47% is Chinese yuan dominated, correct?
For 2019, sir, Your Honor. Opo.
So it's correct to say that a large part of our income comes from China.
For 2019, that was the tabulation, sir.
Yeah. Well, we'll take 2019 because that's the peak. That's the peak of Pogo. Yan ang talagang heydays of Pogo. So 47% is from Chinese yuan. But also here, nakasulat, note that the country of origin cannot be determined as it is not part of the pooled data. So meaning, this is my question, even though we have denominations from yen to iba-iba, does this mean that the bets come from Japan, the bets come from Europe, the bets come from Australia, o pwede rin siyang China pero ibang denomination?
Correct, sir. It doesn't necessarily mean, Your Honor, that if you saw the currency, that is the country of origin where the player is playing.
No. But it's safe to say that majority comes from China. The balance, which is 53%, we don't know where is it coming from. It can be China also.
The player has the option, sir, to choose what currency
Correct.
he intends to play. So it doesn't necessarily mean that it's all coming from China because you have the option to choose what currency you wish to play, sir.
But from a regulator standpoint and from a business standpoint, it's important to know where your customers are coming from. Correct?
Yes,
Para
sir.
alam natin kung ano yung nangyayari doon sa bansa. So, do you have, can your system give us exactly where the bets are coming from? It's safe na, 47% from China. Wala nang debate tayo dyan. But the remaining 53%, can your system tell us where is it coming from?
From the tabulation, sir, then considering what you have mentioned, Your Honor, is CNY, the top two is US dollar, and then top three is Vietnam, top four is Thailand, and top
US dollar.
five is Indonesia.
Sa likod pala. US dollar is another 30%.
Yes, sir.
But the US dollar can also be played in China, tama?
Yes, sir.
Oh, they're Chinese but using US dollar. So
Yes,
ang
sir.
gusto ko malaman accurately, can we know where the bets are coming from, regardless of the denomination?
Actually, that was the manifestation as reported by our third party, sir. They cannot establish the exact country of origin since that is not included in the mirrored data by the POGO licenses, sir.
But did PAGCOR endeavor to know where is it coming from? It's important, again, no, from a business standpoint, you should know where your customers are coming from. I'll give you an example. If China decides to stop dollar outflows, no, they cannot remit or they will limit the amount of dollar outflows, then your revenues will be impacted, correct? Because they cannot bet anymore. So there are policy considerations from that country of origin that we need to consider. So did you endeavor to know at least where your bets are coming from, which countries?
In the meantime, sir, for the time being, what data we have is this currency only, sir.
Tayong ganun. But I think it's safe to say that, and ako, I am, and Senator Bato might think, will ask his opinion, but because of the numerous Chinese, I mean, if you look at the presence of the Chinese workers here, no, I think it's safe to say that more than 50% of the revenues are being collected from China. I think it's very safe to say that the majority of the bets are coming from China. So, having said that, um, what are the risks? Have you studied if we are deriving revenues from China, what are the risks that will affect your revenues? What can China implement as a policy that can affect your revenues? And they've mentioned many times in their website that they discourage Pogo, Pogo is illegal. So, kumukuha tayo ng revenues from a country that declared Pogo is illegal. No? So, I don't know what they will be doing. You know, Secretary Teves doesn't know also, but definitely they can do something. No? So, and that's a risk. Diba? And we need to calculate that risk. So, ang tanong ko sa inyo, have you looked at what are the risks that can impact your revenue in the future? Because you plan to grow it, eh. But the growth of your revenue also has risk because the country that is being the source of our revenue can change its policy. So my question is, what are the risks that you see uh, uh, that can impact your revenue generation?
Mr.
I'm sure
Chair.
pinag-aralan nyo ito, no? You're the experts.
Mr. Chair, we do not have data on the possible risks that any policy changes in any particular territory may impose because we do not really look at our revenues from a territorial standpoint, meaning since we from the data we get Chinese currency, but we do not really attribute that to a particular place only. So
Studied the risks that can affect your business. In short, have you studied the risk that can affect your business?
we do not have that
Okay.
study yet.
All right. Pag negosyante, pag totoong negosyo kayo, lugi na kayo ng malaki. No? You're quite lucky, GOCC kayo. So, conversely, if you don't know where the bets are coming from, can a Filipino resident bet online? Is that possible?
That is not prohibited.
Yeah, I know it's prohibited under the law, but since you
that's
don't know where the bets are coming from because the denomination is different, can a Filipino use Australian dollars to bet? Can a Filipino in the Philippines use Australian dollars to bet?
Uh, the
Hindi nyo
web
alam eh. You don't know where this is coming from. You only see the denomination eh.
the websites of the offshore gaming operators are blocked in Philippine territory, Mr. Chairman.
So that's, we have that assurance that Filipino residents cannot bet
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
regardless of the domination.
Yes, Mr.
So
Chairman.
we have that assurance. All right.
Mr. Chair.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yung, in relation to the question of the chairman a while ago, yung halimbawa, no, black dito sa Pilipinas, pero yung mga Chinese mismo, halimbawa, yung operator mismo na Pogo, gusto magsugal, andito sila sa Pilipinas, pwede ba silang tumaya?
Hindi po, Mr. Chair, kasi naka-block po yung website nila. Meron po tayong IP blocking that you cannot access the websites of the offshore gaming operators dito po sa Philippine territory.
Sigurado tayo dyan.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Kasi yun nga, yung pinanggalingan nga ng bets, hindi niyo ma-ascertain kung saan galing dahil I don't know kung how deep is your control and regulation mechanisms pagdating sa Pogo. Baka mamaya naghihintay lang kayo dyan kung ano ibibigay nilang data sa inyo. Talaga bang lahat ng Pogo operations, kuhaan kayo doon? Adept kayo doon sa lahat kung may kailangan nating malaman? Or baka prohibited rin kayong pumunta doon? Police nga, prohibited nga pumasok. Kayo, pwede kayong makialam sa mga systems nila, mga gano'n?
Yes, Your Honor. Nire-require po natin sila we require them to submit a IP blocking certificate. And then at the same time, yung bago po makapaglaro yung player, we also have yung KYC or yung Know Your Customer. So they have their player registration. So
Okay.
they can ensure na wala pong player that comes from within Philippine territory.
Yeah, siniguro ko lang tinanong sa inyo dahil as para sa inyo, yun talaga, yun ang nangyari. Baka mamaya ba, mayroon pang otherwise, mayroon pang pwedeng mangyayari na aside from that na alam ninyo. Kaya yun lang. Mr. Chair, can I continue with my questions? Yung sinong representative ng Finance, Department of Finance? Ma'am, ikaw ba yung last time nandito? During the committee hearing on public order and dangerous drugs related to Pogo incidents?
The first hearing, Mr. Chair, Your Honor.
Gusto ko lang itanong ulit yung tanong ni Senator Chis Escudero. Yung stand ng DOF is talagang social cost outweigh the economic or the revenues collected from Pogo, economic gains. Social cost outweigh the economic gains. Ngayon, tinanong niya kayo ulit na how do you measure? Mahirap man din na i-measure natin via emotions. How can you quantify the measurement of social cost? Bakit nyo nasabi yon? Kaya mahirap yung haka-haka lang tayo. Kaya kailangan we should have solid facts, solid data na present na convincing talaga. Dapat isara na itong Pogo dahil ganito talaga nangyayari. So kung in the absence of that evidence, we are very unfair to the Pogo operators, di ba? Ngayon, may na-come up na kayong computation about that? Kung paano nyo nasabi na ang social cost ay mas mabigat kaysa economic gains ng Pogo operations?
Mr. Chair, we have updated our analysis and we have submitted a more comprehensive cost-benefit analysis. So in our latest run, the net cost of Pogo is still 8.44 billion. So in our submission, in our updated submission, Mr. Chair, we have broken down the costs in terms of direct economic costs as well as indirect economic costs. And for the benefits, we've also accounted for the earlier submissions to account for the direct benefits and the total indirect benefits from the Pogo operations. On the question of social costs, it's inherently difficult to compute the direct loss of life, direct physical and psychological harm to the victims, and other social costs such as indirect social fear and anxiety. However, Mr. Chair, we have also specifically enumerated the direct economic costs arising from POGO operations. So this would be the additional cost for law enforcement and immigration, estimated decrease in foreign direct investments due to perception of crime, estimated decrease in inbound tourism revenues due also to perception of crime, estimated decrease in FDI due to perceptions of corruption, and estimated decrease in inbound tourism also due to perceptions of corruption. And in relation to other indirect economic costs would be overall economic multiplier related to foregone investments due to crime, foregone revenues from tourism, and law enforcement.
So ganito, yun nga, naintindihan ko doon yung foregone foreign direct investments dahil nga masama yung imahe natin from abroad dahil maraming krimen na nag-umiikot sa social media. Now that so far, according to the PNP, meron pa ba kayong na-record na crime after nung hearing natin? Wala na. Dahil anong ginawa nyo?
We increase our police visibility in
In-increase ang police visibility. So police visibility, factored in yan doon as additional economic cost. Di ba? Yun ang sabi mo. So, ganito, ilang weeks na nagdaan, wala nang recorded na krimen, POGO-related crimes. Hindi pa rin ba magbabago ang iyong stand pagdating dito sa POGO operations? I'm not pro POGO, ha. Baka ma-misinterpret niyo ako. I'm not pro POGO, I'm not anti POGO, nasa gitna ako. Kung saan ang ikakabuti ng ating bansa, nandoon ako. Pwede nating i-stop operation, pwede rin pagpatuloy kung saan nakakaganda sa ating bansa. Kaya nga, klaruhin ko sa'yo, sabi ng PNP, wala nang krimen na nangyayari. Nabulabog mo lang ito dahil doon sa mga umiikot na nagbabiral na mga social media post. Ngayon, wala na. Tahimik na ang POGO. Takot na sila. Pag makakita ng pulis, yung mga Chinese diyan naglalakad sa Entertainment City, tumatakbo, umiiwas sa pulis. Dahil alam nila na upakan talaga sila ng pulis pag sila gumawa ng krimen. Dahil galit na yung pulis, dahil sila ang nasisira sa ating lipunan dahil they failed to maintain peace and order. Ngayon, wala na. Tahimik na ang POGO. So, magbabago pa ba yung stand ninyo? Na okay na lang sa amin yan kasi kahit somehow kumikita tayo, wala namang gulo, wala namang krimen nangyari. Please.
Mr. Chair, we stand firm that there are still reputational vulnerabilities attached to the continued POGO operations
Like
in
what?
the country.
Like what? Additional vulnerabilities. Can you specify? Para marinig ng mga tao, para tulungan natin sila rin na, sa kanilang opinion about that. Anong mga additional vulnerabilities na nakikita mo? Sabi ng PNP, tahimik na talaga sir, wala nang krimen. Solve na. Yung mga siraulo na nakuha na sabi ng immigration na deport na, naibalik na doon. So ano pa? Ano pang hinahanap natin na social cost?
In terms of vulnerabilities, there's also an opportunity cost in terms of tourism. And I understand the NED has additional runs on how much it will cost us in terms of opportunity cost on tourism. To continue
Malukwa na nga, wala
our-
na nga ang krimen eh. Bakit sila matakot pumunta dito sa atin, ang turista? Mas marami pang opportunities sa kung open ang POGO dahil yung mga POGO player ay mga employees mismo, mga Chinese yan, gustong magpasyal sa Boracay, gusto magpasyal sa Baguio. So mas maganda pang turismo natin. So I don't think it's additional opportunity cost. Kasi nga, tahimik na nga. Hindi ko pinapabango ang POGO, ha? Hindi ako nag-judurize ng POGO. I need facts, I need figures para to come up with a good decision itong committee namin. Kasi yung committee ni chairman at saka yung committee ko ay kailangan yung aming findings ay hindi magkasalungat.
So,
Yun lang sa amin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In terms of tourism, based on our study, a 1% increase in crime rate decreases tourism inflows by 4.97%. So in nominal terms, this is around 8.9 billion annually.
So gumanda na ang crime rate nga eh. Nawala na yung POGO-related crimes. Gumanda. So hindi na tayo magkakaroon ng additional social cost. We are just seeking your help to convince the people na tama yung aming decision. Tama yung aming findings sa committee. Yun lang nahanap namin. But anyway, basta yun lang sa amin na kailangan natin ng data. Ha?
That's why, Mr. Chair, we have endeavored to submit a more comprehensive cost-benefit analysis to show also
Alam mo,
the
dali ha.
what we have.
Yung comprehensive cost analysis, hindi yan maintindihan nung yung mga ordinaryong tao na nagsasabong diyan o yung nagsasabong na naman. Babalik na naman tayo sa issue ng isabong. Balita ko pa naman, bumalik na daw ang isabong. Totoo ba? Pagkor, bumalik na isabong? Nag-operate na sila?
Wala sir.
So yung nag-operate ngayon, guerrilla yan? Illegal ha? Bantayan ninyo para hindi tayo masira sa taong bayan. Ha?
Monitoring, Your Honor.
Kasi mamaya pag mayroon pang mawalang sa bungiro dyan, wala na talaga tayo. Hindi na tayo paniwalaan ng taong bayan. Hindi pa nga natin nakita yung 16 na missing, 32, 36 na missing. Wala pa tayo nakita kahit isa. Tapos madagdagan yan. Bantayan talaga nyo, hindi kayo malusutan ha. Yun lang sa akin. Ikaw ang chairman ngayon ng PAGCOR. Sino bagong chairman?
No, Mr. Chair.
Ha?
Ang chairman po ay si Chairman Alejandro Teng.
Wala siya dito ngayon.
Wala po, Chair.
Kung sana, pag ganitong hearing, dapat andito siya. Bago pa nga siyang upo, dapat mapakilala rin siya. I am here, sir. Pwede niyo akong gisahin. Kahit na bago pa ako. Dapat ganun na para magtutulungan tayo dito. So, yun lang, Mr. Chair. Maraming salamat.
Thank you.
Thank you, ha. At saka, masyado kayo malungkot. Kanina pa ako nanood sa inyo, nag-hearing, parang napakalungkot ninyo dito. Sige, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. Ngayon, sasaya na ho sila dahil birthday po ni Senator Robin Padilla. Yan. Happy birthday, Senator Robin Padilla.
Maraming salamat po, mahal na tagapangulo ng committee na ito. Isang magandang umaga po sa inyong... Huwag po kayong malungkot. Abay ba? Pambihira. Masaya po tayo dapat. Magandang umaga din po sa ating pinakamatigas na senador po, Senator Ronald Bato. Magandang umaga po sa inyo.
Thank you. Hindi kita mabibigyan ng gatchalian lechon. Dahil hindi ka kumakain ng lechon eh. No? Lechon manok na lang. Let me also acknowledge the virtual presence of Senator Chis Escudero. Sir, good morning. So, with the permission of our colleagues, we will continue the some questions to PAGCOR, and this is in relation to the roadmap and some of their statements earlier. Attorney Tan, you mentioned social ills, no, earlier in your statements, and you attribute the social ills to illegal POGOs. No, I think that was your statement earlier. Correct me if I'm wrong, but make us understand why is there social ills connected to POGO? What is the root cause? No? Again, no, you are the regulator, the business proponent of POGO. You understand this industry. You've been there for the last 5, 6, 7 years. You plan to grow this. Nandito tayo because of the social ills. Without the social ills, we won't be here. We won't be having this hearing. So make us understand why are there social ills connected to POGO? You must have studied this very carefully so that we can address it. So what is your prognosis?
Mr. Chair, per the news reports and also consultation with our law enforcement agencies, most of these crimes, POGO-related crimes, stem from illegal operations. Yung sa mga illegal po, karamihan po dyan ng kidnapping or forced abduction stems from their illegal recruitment methods na we cannot check immediately kasi po illegal yung operations nila. So especially during the time that the when the pandemic hit and then we closed our borders. So they had difficulties in recruiting foreign workers. So ang nangyari po is parang nag-aagawan po sila ng employees or some of them have uh, parang unfair practices in getting or recruiting employees. So that's when nagkaroon po ng mga news reports na nagkakaroon ng kidnapping, nagkakaroon ng forced labor because the illegal operations were trying to secure employees nung nagkaroon po tayo ng lockdowns, then the foreign employees cannot come in. So yun po yung naging cause nung early this year, nagkaroon po tayo ng several strings of reports on kidnappings.
You attribute this to employment issues. The social ills, you attribute that to employment issues.
Yes, Mr. Chair, for
these
their
are-
foreign workers.
So these are unfair labor practices, illegal recruitment methodologies, things like this.
Yes, Mr. Chair, and maybe our law enforcement agencies can also confirm na due to illegal recruitment or illegal labor practices po yung mga nangyaring social costs or social ills that were reported.
No, but sa tagal ko, I've been working for many years already, and I'm sure si Senator Bato, Senator Padilla, but I've never heard of a factory in the Philippines kidnapping another employee of another factory. No? I've never heard of employees being kidnapped from one factory to the other factory, from one business to the other business, BPOs kidnapping their employees. I've never heard of that here in our country. Bakit meron sa Pogo? Yun ang tanong ko. It takes a certain type of individual or syndicate or group to have that propensity to kidnap.
We also
So
do
have
not-
you looked at that angle? What type of group are we attracting here?
we are also surprised by that kind of
But have you gone deeper
operation.
so we know the root cause?
What
As PAGCOR, because regulator kayo eh. Not only regulator, but also a business entity because you get gaming tax from here.
as far as our regulations, Mr. Chair, are concerned, bawal din po talaga yun, lalo na sa mga sa license POGOs natin. That's why we, as in our...
Bawal. But anong root cause? Have you gone into the root cause?
In
Have you
our-
studied this very carefully? Because
Yes.
binabato lang natin yung problema sa police eh. But kayo yung kumikita, sila yung sumasalo ng problema. You make 8 billion, they make 0. But they get blamed because of the kidnapping. So, sana naman you have studied the root cause so that we address the root cause of this issue. Again, you're the business entity. You're the one making money here. Have you studied the root cause of why there's such a kidnapping and the reason are labor practices, legal recruitment? Have you studied that very carefully para maintindihan namin?
Mr. Chair, in our observation, talagang yung mga illegal operators yung brazen enough to do these kinds of acts. Because number one, they're illegal. Number two, hindi sila natatakot kasi hindi naman sila under regulation ng kahit anong agency, especially PAGCOR. So that's why they're brazen enough. They are courageous enough to do yung ganitong practices. But for our licensed operators, Your Honor, hindi po ganun yung sistema nila because they know that they will get penalized, they will be they will be issued demerits, they will be sanctioned by PAGCOR if they do these things, Your Honor.
Mr. Chair, if I may, according to the police, no, uh, sabi ng police, that's why nagkakaroon ng kidnapping because they consider this Chinese-speaking human resources a very, very critical resources in their operation. Ngayon, wala nang binabawalan na ng China magpunta ang mga tao dito para magtrabaho sa Pogo. Nagbabawal na rin doon sa Cambodia. So, kulang sila ng tao. Ngayon, marami silang operating companies dito. So, agawan ng tao, kidnapping. Ngayon, offer yung ikabila, o mas mahal ang sweldo namin dito. Punta kayo dito. So, lipat yung Pogo, yung tao yan, yung basta, yung Chinese. Lipat. Paglipat doon, nagalit yung may-ari, yung nilayasan nila, kinukuha naman balik yun. So parang kidnapping nga nangyari. Katapos illegal detention dahil kinukulong talaga nila para hindi makalabas. Ang dapat kayo as regulator, isa yan sa babantayan ninyo. Sabihin nyo yung operator ng Pogo, ilan yung tao nyo ngayon? O yan, may mangyari dyan, mananagot kayo sa amin. Ganon kayo, hawakan. You took the reins in controlling this operation. Pag merong balita dyan na kidnap, bantay kayo sa amin. Tapos kasi huwag nyo ipasa sa PNP yung problema. Pag may nakita kayo, dapat part of your monitoring din yung illegal operations. So alam nyo may illegal operations, so isumbong ka sa police para mahuli. Parang gano'n, hindi yung pabayaan lang ninyo. Wala kaming saklaw dyan dahil mga illegal yan. Ang hawak namin yung mga legal yan na nakaresto sa amin. Pero this is POGO operations. So pag POGO operations, inamin man ninyo na kayong mayroong terp ninyo ito, you should take the reins of controlling these operations. Monitor ninyo. Laki ng kita ninyo. Magkakakuha kayo ng mga operatives ninyo na monitor kung saan yung nag-operate illegally. Sumbong kagad sa police para trabahoin ninyo. Parang ganun dapat eh. In that manner, mawala yung social cost na sinasabi natin. Yes po. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Sir, in addition to that po, we are regularly endorsing non-compliant and sites that are suspicious, holding suspicious operations for POGO. We are endorsing it to our Vice President for Security Group for Intel Operations, sir. So we are doing that regularly, sir.
Yes, and to correct you, Sir Attorney Tan, sabi mo kanina, ang gumagawa dito yung mga illegal lang. Pero according to the records of the PNP, meron ding nangingidnap na duly licensed sa Pogo. Bilanggit pa nga yung pangalan, di ba, last hearing? Ay, 2 kumpanya ba yun na involved sa kidnapping pero registered yan sa inyo. O the more that hindi pa dapat nakakidnap yun, dapat binantaan na niyo. Pag kayo magloko dito, palayasin naman kayo. Ganun lang. That's enforcement. Enforcement lang ang kulang natin talaga. Tsaka cooperation. Andyan yung Bureau of Immigration, no? Kadali niyan magpapa-deport pag undesirable alien. Andyan yung PNP, ang dali ang mag-raid. Andyan yung NBI, ang bilis mag-imbestiga. Tulungan tayo dito. But then again, dapat makuha talaga yung punot, yung kailangan ba o hindi ipagpatuloy itong POGO? That's the main question eh. Tingnan natin, kailangan you give us, you are the resource persons, give us solid evidences, give us facts, give us figures para makadecide si chairman natin kung ano talagang
Tayo.
yun lang. Natin.
Yes,
Thank you,
Mr.
thank you.
Chair, just may I respond to that suggestion? We have been coordinating with our law enforcement agencies. Our data in our website is being regularly updated. Yung mga nasara na po na sites nandoon po para madaling ma-check ng ating kapulisan. So we are, kapag may data request naman po ang ating other agencies, we readily provide them the data so that they can verify kung license o hindi. So lahat po ng cooperation will be extended by PAGCOR.
Alam ko, but more. Some more.
Yes, Mr.
Some
Chair.
more para wala talagang sisingaw na problema diyan. Diinan pa ninyo.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for that very good interjection, Senator Bato. I'll pursue the question of Senator Bato. Itong Lucky South 99, is that a licensee of PAGCOR?
As mentioned in the previous hearing, Your
Yeah.
Honor, nung nagkaroon po ng raid, yung site na po na yon was already a canceled
No,
site.
prior to the raid.
Prior to the
Is he a
raid,
licensee of PAGCOR? POGO licensee?
it was a... Tama ba?
Just yes or no,
Yes,
attorney?
yes. Yes, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, masyado kang nag-aabogado eh. No? Just simple lang, yes or no? I know how lawyers answer, no? So, Sean Wei, is that a licensee?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Oo. And based on the reports, in September of 2022, there were 41 deportation attributed to Lucky South 99. And then on September 29, 2022, 40 deportations attributed to Lucky South 99. That's 81 deportations. And then Seanway and Lucky South 99 were registered POGOs found to have committed kidnapping and human trafficking. So yun yung sinasabi ni Senator Bato na hindi lang naman illegal eh. No? Pati illegal. Pati those who are duly licensed by PAGCOR, have also committed crimes and are also liable to government because of their criminal activities.
Because of scarcity of employees. Scarcity.
Can be many things. No? Scarcity of employees is another one. So I beg to differ that the social ills are not only attributed to the illegal POGOs. The records clearly will bear out that even legal POGOs, duly licensed by PAGCORs, have committed crimes, human trafficking, illegal, working illegally in the country, as well as kidnapping.
I stand corrected, Mr. Chair.
So,
And
hindi tama ho yun.
yes, sir.
So, I say that because part of your roadmap. Part of your roadmap, no, is to encourage more POGO hubs. I'll show it on screen. Your medium-term roadmap, and this is already next year, no, 2022, 2025. So to encourage more POGO hubs. So if we have duly licensed POGO operators committing crimes, and it's already proven, no? We deported 81 from a accredited and licensed POGO operator, but you still want to create POGO hubs. So my question here is, how will POGO hubs stop the social ills if we all know that even the licensed and legal POGOs are also committing crimes? Hindi naman we put them in one hubs, magic mawawala yung crime eh. No? So what is the rationale of putting them in one hub? Baka lalong lumala nga because they're all in one area. So what's the rationale for doing that?
Mr. Chair, we see yung POGO hubs as an ideal setup because they are, number one, confined in a limited space. Pangalawa po is we will include yung offices ng ating government agencies within the POGO hubs themselves so that they can easily monitor yung activities within the hub. So even the PAGCOR personnel will be there for constant monitoring po nung mga POGOs and their service providers. And then we may also ask the assistance of our law enforcement agencies to have a post there sa mga POGO hubs so that mas madali po silang makikita or mamamonitor while while operating in the Philippines.
In theory, no? But what my point here is even the legal ones, no, the ones that the police have apprehended, are committing crimes, no. So it doesn't. The fact remains that there's no, even though they are legal and registered, they can also be part of a criminal activity. So putting them in one hub doesn't erase that fact. That's my point.
Our view, Mr. Chair, is that the monitoring and the enforcement would be easier if they are located in POGO hubs, Mr. Chair.
That's why I'm trying to understand from you, what is the root cause of those social ills? Ano ba yung pinaka root cause? What type of people are committing crimes? Are they criminal syndicates? Do they have criminal records in China? Because it takes a certain type of group of people to kidnap. So I'm trying to understand from PAGCOR, have you gone to that level of investigation? Since you will be the ultimate beneficiary of POGOs, to determine what is the root cause. Because putting them into a hub doesn't eliminate the root cause. So we're trying to understand, ano ba yung root cause niya?
As far as if these owners or operators of POGOs have criminal records or tendencies, part of our requirements is that they undergo probity checks or probity checking, Mr. Chair. So we ensure na owners of these POGOs do not have criminal records before they be allowed to do business here in the country.
Alam mo, Mr. Chair, yung records na yan, mahirap yan yung makuha yan dahil unless merong yung police to police ng China, meron silang close coordination. Ewan ko kung merong pagkor or entertain kayo ng Chinese government dahil galit nga ang Chinese government na bakit tayo nagpa-operate ng Pogo dito, di ba? Gusto ko lang mainto ito, di ba? So, mahirap tayo kumuha ng data doon sa kanila. But anyway, alam mo, may experience ako the other week. Nakita ko niya, pagdaan ko, pauwi ako ng bahay, galing ko dito. Pagdaan ko sa Entertainment City, may isang sports car na kahinto. Tapos sa harapan niya, may isang patrol car ng polis na kahinto rin. Tapos sa labas yung, alam ko, Pogo operator yun eh. Nakalabas siya ng kutsi. May hawak na siya, 1,000 bills. Ginaganon-ganon mga pulis natin, come here, kunin nyo ito. Sabi ko, putang ng bastos itong Chinese na ito. So, huminto ako. Tinanong ko yung pulis, ano yan? Ang mga pulis, nasa loob lang ng patrol car, hindi lumabas. Nasa loob. Oh, bakit ginaganon na kayo? Ayaw yung lumabas. Sir, ayaw namin lumabas. Sir, baka may CCTV dyan, sir. Tapos may pera, gaganon-ganon sa yung gago na yan, sir. Baka kami ma-intrap pa. Sabi ko, aristuhin ninyo. Bakit babastusin lang kayo ng gano'n ng isang Chinese foreigner? Ano naman tingin nyo, mabibili kayo ng 10,000 piso? Ginaganon yung pera sila. So, wala. Hindi kumilos yung polis. Akong pumunta doon sa Chinese. Pagpunta ko, suntukin ko na sana eh. Mabuti, pumasok loob ng kutsi. Ay ko, ikaw, ang bastos mo. Sabi ko, lumabas yung driver ng sports car, Pilipino. Sabi ko sa driver, ikaw palang driver, Pilipino ka eh. Pumayag ka na lang na babastusin yung pulis natin sa amo mo. Sabi niya, tigas kasi ng ulo, sir eh. Sige, tigas ang ulo. I-lock mo yung sasakyan mo, i-drive mo yung kotse mo, sumunod ka sa pulis, punta ka ng krami ha. Hindi ka makarating ng krami, ikaw hanapin ko, huntingin kitang driver ka. So yun, nadala ng pulis yung patrol car yung taga-Pugo doon sa krami. I don't know kung ano na nangyari. Pero, gano'n, when you talk about criminal records ng mga tao na ito, kung gano'n siya kasiga dito sa Pilipinas, ginaganon niya yung police, uniform policeman, ginaganon niya ng pera, ano na siya kasiga doon sa China? Baka talagang anong klaseng criminal gang o criminal yakuza o ano bang mga masamang gang doon sa. Kaya nga, yung sabi ni Chairman, pag-aralan ninyo rin yung mga tao dumarating dito, baka membro yan ng mga criminal syndicates doon. Dumating dito as Pogo, Pogo. Pero yun pala, yun ang dadala ng krimen. So, yun lang, Mr. Chairman. Tanungin nyo, Pimping, tanungin nyo yung Highway Patrol kung ano nangyari, yung SOU ng Highway Patrol yun. Nadaanan ko doon, tanungin nyo kung ano nangyari. Kung kinasuhan ba nila, kinulong ba nila yung Chinese na yun o pinira na naman nila? Ha? Klaruhin mo ha?
Yes, sir, we will check
Klaruhin mo.
on that.
Baka mamaya na-ariglo na naman siya doon sa loob ng krami. Pakicheck lang.
Yes, sir.
Dahil ako mismong bumaba doon. Yun lang, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you. Yan rin yung kinakatukutan ko, Senator Bato eh. Yung regulatory capture. When you put everyone there, what's our assurance that the regulators there, everyone, police, PAGCOR, BIR, everyone will not be regulatory captured. So, it's a new Bilibid prison nga. May benta ng 7,000 beers, may swimming pool, dahil hindi natin makita eh. That's another angle that we need to study. The POGO hub might not be the ultimate solution because everyone will be captured there. That's a reality that we need to face also. But gusto ko i-pursue yung sinabi ni Senator Bato earlier. She made a very good point in assisting the police. I saw in your financial statements in the presentation that PAGCOR from 2016 to 2022 made 31 billion pesos, tama? Galing sa inyo ito eh. The total income of PAGCOR, it includes fines and penalties, for the last 6 years amounted to 31 billion.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Now, pursuing the point of Senator Bato, tama ito? This is from you, right? Correct? Have you at least donated some assistance to the PNP in order for them to help you fight the social ills? Kahit man lang walkie-talkie?
I'm not aware of any donations made.
No, ask your colleagues from PAGCOR here. Kahit man lang pang merienda, meron ba kayong pinigay sa PNP? Kahit na pang soft drinks. 31 billion yung kinita nyo. Kahit pang soft drinks para magawa nila yung kanilang trabaho. Have you contributed anything to PNP?
We would have to double check, Your Honor.
I mean, I'm sure 6 years to, you must have had,
Yes.
uso
Yes.
natin in turnover, picture taking, lalabas nyo sa PAGCOR newsletter. Meron bang ganun kayong nakita to the PNP?
There may have been ganong instances, Your Honor, but I cannot cite them now. Pero there may have been in the course of.
No, my point there is this is where the problem is. But PAGCOR's incentive is to make money, no? And in fact, you are making money. The PNP, their job is to arrest crime. But kayo, kumikita kayo, hindi sila kumikita. So there's more incentive for you to bring as many POGO operators here, regardless what kind, regardless what quality, regardless, because you don't have any responsibility in addressing the social ills. No, so that's my point. And that's where the problem is also coming from. Because PAGCOR is a regulator and an operator. So there is no incentive to regulate hardline, or regulate to the fullest. Because the incentive there is to make money. No? So ang tanong ko lang, at least man lang merong incentive na bibigay sa police para naman they can help you with the social ills. So meron ba?
Mr. Chair, just now, there's a news report on July 10, 2017, wherein PAGCOR granted 9 million pesos financial aid to the PNP. So this is just one, Your Honor. Just to cite.
The last 6 years, one lang, 9 million out of 31 billion.
Just to cite, Your Honor, because we do not have the complete.
Insulto naman
We
sa
do not
police.
have the complete list. Your Honor.
Insulto naman sa police natin yun.
There may be more, Your Honor.
Okay. How much ito? Tanong ko na lang. PAGCOR is allowed to give out bonuses, correct? if they perform well?
Our bonuses are being monitored as far as I
By
know.
GCG,
Yes,
correct?
yes, Mr. Chair.
Did PAGCOR issue bonuses in 2020?
May-
Mr. Chair, habang hinahanap na yung sagot sa question mo, baka sabihin nila na binulungan kita ha, tungkol doon sa pulis na pakainin nila yung pulis. Hindi ko binulungan si Mr. Chairman ha. Ano yung pulis? Yung pulis, kahit na hindi nyo pakainin yan, hindi nyo bigyan ng kung ano-ano, ang importante sa kanila, walang krimen. Andyan yan, magpabilad sa araw yung mga pulis na yan. Magpapaulan yan dyan, basta i-post yan ng kanilang boss dyan. Kahit na walang snacks na bigay nyo, walang problema yan. Basta sa kanila lang, walang krimen na mangyari. So paano magkakaroon ng zero crime rate? Cooperation between sa inyo, PAGCOR at saka PNP at saka lahat ng law enforcement, Bureau of Immigration. Tulungan lang kayo. Okay, mag-isip, magtatrabaho yung pulis kahit walang snacks galing sa inyo dahil may sweldo yan eh. At saka mayroon yung subsistence allowance. Kaya nila yan, sarili nila. At saka doble ng sweldo niyan. Malaking sweldo ng mga pulis na yan, huwag kayong magkalala. Pero maganda yung binibigay nyo, institutional aid, kagaya ng hospital ng PNP, tinutulungan ninyo makabili ng mga X-ray machine. Ayun, pasalamat yung PNP niyan. During my time, maraming binigay sa amin yung PAGCOR ha. Nagbibigay ng mga gamit sa hospital, sa police. Thank you for that. Just to inform the good chair. Baka may sabihin hindi ko binulungan ha. Hindi ko ito binulungan. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, regarding yung question kung did PAGCOR give assistance to the PNP, may I refer this matter or question to the Vice President of the Corporate Social Responsibility Group of PAGCOR. He's here, Mr. Chair, Mr. VP Ramon Stephen Villaflor.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. As the good senator has mentioned, we have been giving PAGCOR financial aids for hospital equipments, purchase of computers, vehicles, especially the Highway Patrol Group, and also assistance for their cybercrime activities. We have constant communications with the PNP, and whenever they request, we always consider their request, Mr. Chairman. However, we can only accommodate whatever they request. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
So kung may stop ang POGO operations, wala na kayo may bigay sa kanila na suporta.
I think
Meron pa kayo ibang mapagkukunan, revenue,
PAGO naman has been giving the PNP
kahit na walang POGO.
even
Diba?
before the
Totoo
POGO.
yan. That's correct. Thank you, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
How much bonuses ang nabigay ng PAGCOR? I mean, it's allowed, bonuses. If the corporation performs well, then the GOCC is allowed to give out bonuses to themselves. That's
Mr.
allowed
Chairman,
under the GCG.
what was given to PAGCOR was the bonuses like the 13-month pay and the
There's no
mid-year bonus. Our what we call the PBB, the
The PBB.
performance-based bonus
Yes.
for 2020 was not yet released by the GCG,
Okay.
GCG, Mr. Chairman.
And
We're
then
still
for,
waiting for the clearance of GCG for us to release our PBB for 2020 and 2021.
I have a slide here I will show you, and you'll correct me if I'm wrong, no? But we try to get numbers because the GOCCs are allowed to give performance-based bonuses in which it's the basis is the income, correct, sir? So pag
Yes.
kumita yung GOCC, they can give out bonuses to themselves, correct?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
So based on our information, again, correct me if I'm wrong, no? Because this was just called yesterday night. In 2020, 1.1 billion was given. as performance-based bonuses. But I have a caveat. We just got this information yesterday, so you can correct me if I'm wrong with this data. But the point remains that if a GOCC makes money, their income is within their target, they can give out performance-based bonuses to themselves. I say that because that's the incentive of PAGCOR increasing the revenues from POGO. Because if POGO is big, PAGCOR generates more revenue. If PAGCOR generates more revenue, it can give itself performance-based bonuses. So my point there is the regulators' incentive is to grow the POGO industry despite all of these problems happening. That's why we're here to understand how to address those problems. Because from what I'm seeing right now, there's certain conflict because on the other hand, you're regulating and on the other hand, you're generating revenue also for yourselves and also in turn bonuses. And let me just acknowledge the physical presence, kanina virtual physical presence of Senator Chis Escudero. So just to pursue this, just submit to us, no? The bonuses that were given for the last 5-6 years to PAGCOR employees as well as to the PAGCOR officers, because we want to look at this. And again, no, the incentive of growing POGOs there because bonuses can be issued to employees and officers.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, go ahead.
Tibo, nabigay na ba yung 1.3, yung 1.1 noong 2020? The 1.1 performance-based bonus. So this is the estimated bonus that you will be receiving insofar as the employees of PAGCOR are concerned.
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
The 2019, you got it already?
Yes, we already received the 2019.
So yung 1.1, di pa niyo natatanggap?
Hindi pa.
Mr. Chairman, in the previous hearing, I asked that we look at this gambling per se, which comes with it a lot of social ills holistically. May I know how much your income is from the other gambling activities that PAGCOR is regulating? If for POGO you earned 31 billion for the past 6 years, for the other activities that you're regulating, how much are you earning? What's the total revenue of PAGCOR, for example, for the past 6 years?
We peaked revenues in 2019
How much?
at 81 billion.
81 billion was the
81
revenue
billion.
of PAGCOR in 2019.
2019, Mr. Chairman.
What was the revenue from POGOs in 2019? 8 billion, if I'm not mistaken.
8 billion, yes.
So your revenue from POGOs is only 10% of your total income.
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
So I guess your purpose also is to increase your revenue from the other forms of gambling.
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Second point I'd like to make, Mr. Chairman, is there is some logic in the hub actually, which PAGCOR failed to answer earlier. When POGOs were limited to CESA, it's a hub. Nandun lang naman yung mga POGO eh. Merong mga binigay na lisensya na nagagawa sa Makati, pero yung hub talaga was in Cagayan. And there were no so-called social ills associated with kidnapping, associated with what you call trafficking. Although as DOF said in the last hearing, they have no evidence of this, based basically on anecdotal and newspaper reports only. Third point I'd like to make, Mr. Chairman, is, again, I'd like to look at it holistically. Hindi yung parang Pogo lang yung palaging may kasalanan sa mayayabang na Chinese na nakaperaring may Porsche na maraming bodyguard. We've seen this happen a long time ago too. I'll give some parallelisms to put it in proper perspective. In 2019, based on PNP data, there were 49 kidnappings associated with casinos, none for Pogo. Nobody talked about social ills of casinos. PAGCOR stated earlier that Filipinos are not allowed to gamble insofar as POGO operations are concerned. Casinos allow Filipinos to gamble, and they're in fact, most of the clientele, in fact, of casinos are Filipinos. I'm sure there are social ills associated with it too. insofar as trafficking, drugs, and even effects to the family itself of the gambler who stays there for a whole day or probably even 2 straight days. Nung uso pa ang junket operations, di ba ang dami ding mga, nung pwede pa ang mga Chinese magsugal dito through junket operations. PNP chief pa si Senator Bato nun, ang dami ding naglipaan ng Chinese dito no, na may mga bodyguard na yayabang sa mga hotel at restaurant na akala mo kung mga sino. But that disappeared in time without closing down casinos, and PAGCOR still generating revenues from casinos, and we corrected the ills associated with it. Part of it, of course, was because China prohibited their nationals from playing. The last point I'd like to make, Mr. Chairman, is insofar as the revenues of PAGCOR from POGO is concerned, they will always project that it will increase unless Congress decides otherwise, meaning to prohibit it. Nung isabong, magkano kinikita nyo?
Sir, we collect minimum guarantee fee for every operator amounting to 75 million pesos.
So how much was your total income insofar as isabong is concerned when it was still ongoing?
Estimated 7.5 billion, or rough estimates are for 10 operators.
Almost the same. May kidnapping din doon, Senator Bato, di ba? At yan, mas malala pa nga eh. Pwedeng mag-isabong kahit yung mga nakaupo nyo sa likod noon habang naghihintay sa inyo matapos dito. Pwede mag-isabong kahit sino. And you can actually do it without going to the actual cockpit, which presented many social ills, which is, I guess, why President BBM ordered it stop. It was PBBM that ordered it stop, right? Not PAGCOR?
President Duterte, Mr. Chairman.
I'm sorry?
President Duterte.
Through PAGCOR. Because
Yes.
the license was under PAGCOR.
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
And PBBM continued that policy.
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Would that be correct?
Yes.
And you lost how many billions from there? 7, 8 billion? Is that a year? Huh?
Per month,
7
sir.
billion per month?
Yes, sir, because we derive 75 million for every isabong operator.
Minimum guarantee.
Minimum guarantee fee.
So that's about 100 billion a year? 7.5 billion a month? Times 10 is 75. Plus 150 is kulang-kulang, di ba?
Mr. Chairman, the 75 million is the minimum guarantee. Or I think 12,500 per bet, whichever is higher.
So how much were you earning from it?
Yung records on CMED.
Per month, Mr. Chair.
That's only the minimum.
Yes, sir.
You get a percentage kada sultada. Ilan ba yung sultada? Kayo naman, oh. Yung sultada, mga 300 sa isang araw at ilang channel yun. If you're talking 10, di mga 200 hanggang 300 sultada times 10. May porsyento kayo sa kada sultada.
We will check the records with the isabong, Mr. Chairman.
Kaya nga naubusan na ng manok na panabong ang Pilipinas, di ba? Sa dami ng sultada in a day. Again, as you said, each license, di ba, is actually one channel. Right?
Yes.
There are 10 channels. Sa 200 sultada sa isang araw, dahil 24/7 yan, di ba? 200 sultada, you're talking 2,000 times 2 or 4,000 cocks per day na either masusugatan, mamamatay, o parehong sugatan, o parehong matay. So you need about 4,000 a day. Di ba? In 30 days, that's 120 chickens.
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
In 10 months, that's 1.2 million. Kindly submit the data to the committee to give the committee a proper perspective, because e-sabong was prohibited so that we realize how much income PAGCOR lost at that time. If at the end of the day, the committee decides one way or the other let's say, to recommend its discontinuance, we would like to know to and compare exactly how much PAGCOR has lost only from this year and what the direction of government will be insofar as gambling is concerned.
We will provide the committee with the necessary data, Mr. Chairman.
Now, aside from isabong na wala na, aside from POGO, aside from casinos, saan pa nanggagaling ang income ng PAGCOR?
From the licensed casino, aside from the operations of PAGCO, we also have licensed casinos. We have e-bingo, e-games, the electronic games, Mr. Chairman.
If out of the 81 billion you earned, 8 billion came from POGOs, what would be the percentage of your income for casinos? So roughly 10% ang POGO at 8 billion out of 81 billion in 2019. Anong percentage ang casinos? Ilang percentage ang e-bingo? Ilang percentage yung casino operated by PAGCOR itself?
For the licensed casino, Mr. Chairman, it's 28 billion in 2019.
So about 28 billion?
28 billion.
That's about 33%.
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
So 33% from licensed casinos, 10% from POGO. What about the remaining 50+%? PAGCOR-operated casinos na yun ang pinakamalaking share ng income ng PAGCOR? I doubt it.
No,
Malayong mahina ang mga PAGCOR-operated casinos compared sa privately licensed casinos.
the licensed casino is the 28 billion. We also have income from the e-bingo, e-games, and the PAGCOR license, the PAGCOR operated casinos, Mr. Chairman.
Again,
We will get
I'll
the
repeat
detail.
ba, 10% comes from POGOs. Andito yung mga tiga-BR, magaling sa math yung mga to. 10% came from POGOs, approximately 33-34% from licensed casinos. So you're talking only of 43%. Where does the remaining 57% come from? I doubt if it's coming from e-bingos and PAGCOR-operated casinos, which are not that strong.
Your Honor, for 2019, winnings from table games is 16.03%. Winnings from electronic gaming machines, 37.
PAGCOR-operated casinos.
Yes, sir.
No, PAGCOR-operated casinos, anong percentage sa total income yung 81 billion? You're talking percentage in relation to the casinos you're operating. We're looking for 57% of your 81 billion. Where does it come from? I raise these questions, Mr. Chairman, to put it in perspective. You can just submit it so that I can wind up. Because when they lost their revenue from isabong, they tried to look for the difference somewhere else. So they promoted other games, gambling in particular. So if you decide to do this for POGOs as well, I'm sure PAGCOR will come up with something new that will capture the imagination of the gambling Filipino public, so that they can generate revenues all over again. And it seems like you have a penchant for opening more casinos all over the country. Would that be correct? That's part of your roadmap, right?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, both PAGCOR operated and licensees, Mr. Chairman.
Nadadamihan ng casino sa Pilipinas
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
na pwedeng maglaro ang Pilipino.
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
So kasama sa game plan ng PAGCOR yan?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Damihan yung e-games.
Yes, Mr. Chairman. E-games and also e-bingo, Mr. Chairman.
I-bingo din.
Yes.
Damihan din ng PAGCOR owned and operated casinos?
Ikon ba? Yes, Mr. Chairman.
At the end of the day, Mr. Chairman, distinguished colleagues, government should decide what it really wants to do with gambling. Gambling per se is a social ill. Gambling per se, for me, if you ask me, is wrong. We should be clear with respect to the policies we will be issuing, guiding PAGCOR and the Executive Department in relation to gambling. Clearly, we earn from it. Clearly, we look the other way with respect to some of the ills in connection with other forms of gambling, this form of gambling, and we should have a holistic approach insofar as deciding and making recommendations as to how to prevent the social ills while still enabling PAGCOR to earn what it needs to earn. and be able to solve the problems associated with it. When was PAGCOR created? 1977? 78? Via PD,
Around that time, it's by PD,
right?
77 or 78, Mr. Chairman.
And yet, when was the first time you reached $1 billion? Sometime in the 2000s? $1 billion. Right now, it's at 58 billion. Mga 2003, 2004, if my memory serves me right. By way of example, Singapore set up its first casino, and in the first year, they earned $1 billion. Singapore, Mr. Chairman, distinguished colleagues, actually had a very good formula, which PAGCOR did not follow. Singapore said the percentage of your floor gambling area must not exceed X percentage of the total area you will develop. Para hindi puro sugal. May theme park, may shopping, may park, may iba-ibang pinupuntahan for tourism purposes. PAGCOR never followed that. It was a good formula actually. Para hindi puro sugal lang. In fact, yung sa Singapore, mas malaki at malawak yung aliwan, theme park, parks, museums, shopping, kesa floor area ng sugal. Would that be correct? Would you be aware of that?
For the policy of PAGCOR for the integrated resorts is around 7.5% of the total gross areas can only be dedicated to gaming, Mr. Chairman.
That's insofar as the ones here in the reclamation area is concerned.
And
Does
the
it apply
other,
to all casinos outside of that area?
including those in Clark, Mr. Chairman.
What about
Licensed casinos, not the PAGCOR operated casinos, Mr. Chairman.
what about the PAGCOR operated casinos?
Walang kwan mo.
So, ini-implement ninyo sa mga licensed casinos, pero yung casino ng PAGCOR, hindi nyo ini-implement yung same formula?
We don't know the exact ratio because we are located in hotels.
I'm sure you don't
The
because
existing-
no, I'm sure you don't follow it because you only rent in hotels.
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
You don't add to the space other than the space you rent for purely for gambling.
Yes, Mr.
That's why
Chairman.
I'm sure you don't follow the ratio. You don't spend on a bigger area to comply with the ratio you yourself impose on licensed casinos. But do we have your assurance that insofar as other licensed casinos are concerned in the future, this ratio will be followed?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. That's the regulation that we give to the licensed casinos, Mr. Chairman.
And can you refer to the board, please, that if you're imposing those conditions on your licensees, that the same conditions should be followed by PAGCOR itself, insofar as PAGCOR operated casinos are concerned? Isn't that just fair?
We will bring the matter up to the board, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Tibo. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, distinguished colleagues. Kindly submit the data so that we can compare and find out, and kindly submit to us two plans. If POGO is prohibited, saan nyo kukunin yung 8 billion na mawawala? Anong gagawin, anong bagong sugal ang iimbentohin nyo? Para handa lang kayo, di ba? Para malaman natin kung anong kapalit. And if it will generate the same amount of jobs, hopefully mostly Filipinos instead of Chinese, and it will generate the same level of income insofar as what Mr. Lee Chu said, so that we know what we're talking about before we decide. Kindly
will-
submit that. Thank
Okay,
you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Escudero. We'll move on to another topic. No, this is the topic of the third-party auditor. No, and part of our responsibility is to conduct oversight into the implementation of RA 11590, in which government, both the BIR and PAGCOR, derives gaming tax in the calculation of the gross gaming revenue. No? So it's important to determine the gross gaming revenue. So I would like to ask some basic questions on the third-party auditor. And I'll ask PAGCOR, no, because you're the ones, you are the contracting party and you are the signatory in the contract. So the third-party auditor is it an incorporated entity or a informal joint venture? Let's establish that first. No, because
Mr. Chair, for questions on the third-party auditor, may we ask that Assistant Vice President, Attorney Christine Rose Fernandez from the Procurement Department be
Yeah.
recognized?
yes, Attorney Fernandez, you may take your seat here. What is the personality of the third-party auditor?
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman. For the consortium, sir, I would like also to ask the help of our legal department because they are in charge of the contractual phase of the process.
Okay, go ahead. They may take their seats. Let me recognize our majority leader, Senator Villanueva.
Thank you, Mr.
Yeah,
Chairman.
any
Thank you.
opening statements or?
We'll listen first, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
All right. Go ahead, sir.
Mr. Chair, the Globalcom RCI is a consortium between Global and another, it's a corporation and another foreign corporation, which is a limited corporation, and another domestic corporation. So three parties. It's a consortium, three parties. Your
So
Honor.
in the contract that PAGCOR signed, there's a consultant, tama?
Yes, sir.
What is that? What is the personality of that consultant? Does it take a JV personality? Anong klaseng JV siya? We all know it's a consortium,
Yes, sir.
right? But what is the legal personality of that consortium?
Let me just check first, Your Honor. Joint venture agreement.
Okay, it takes the form of a joint venture agreement. Are they required? So they're not incorporated.
They're not incorporated, Your Honor.
Okay. Are they SEC registered?
May SEC registration dun sa PRC.
Mr. Chairman, there are two local companies, the Globalcom RCI, Global Meoho Renghe, and then the what do you call this? Compact Inc. Those are local companies registered under the SEC. And then the other one of the other part of the consortium is High Trade Web. This is a corporation based in Malta.
So in the contract, I have here in the contract, it's a consortium, correct?
Yes, sir.
So when you issue the check, who do you pay it to? When you pay I just want to put this, get the basics, no?
Yes,
Who do
sir.
you pay it to?
Pero sinong party? Name. From our CMED, Your Honor, it is issued in the name of the consortium.
Issued in the name of the consortium. And then the consortium is the one in charge to distribute it
Among themselves.
among themselves. Tama? Okay. And what is the equity distribution of the three?
Okay. We are not aware of their internal arrangement, Your Honor.
But you required them to generate 1 billion, right? And they were required also to submit the distribution of that 1 billion. That's part of your TOR.
Among themselves, Your Honor.
Yes.
Ano yung... $1 billion ba yun?
Your Honor, to clarify the terms of reference, in the terms of reference, The actual basis of costing is 6 billion.
Okay.
So that is the projected yearly income of the POGOs. So based on that, we get 10% of, they base it to 10% of the 6 billion. That's why they got 600 million per year.
Mm.
So roughly it's 1 billion.
Okay.
So that's the basis in the terms of reference.
Okay. But
Your
they have
Chairman.
to show that they have 1 billion in terms of equity participation, correct? That's based on the TOR.
Hospitalization nila.
Capitalization. Yes, Your Honor.
Tama?
Yes, Your Honor.
And there's also a distribution under the consortium agreement that was disclosed to you, correct?
Mm-mm.
Sa procurement. Sir.
Let me check, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, may I ask the end user who crafted the TOR, the terms of reference for the procurement process? I am not aware of how they crafted the
Okay, while
terms of
you're doing
reference.
that, I'll go to another topic, no? Because I want to establish how much is the equity participation of each. No, you require them to put 1 billion, eh?
According to the check.
Sorry, 2 billion, no? You require them to put 2 billion. So you require them to put 1 billion. So I just want to understand the distribution of that 1 billion. But before that, I'll go to another topic now while you're doing research. There are 3 entities in this consortium, no? And I saw the personalities of these 3 entities. And correct me if I'm wrong, HiWeb is the platform provider. Is that correct? Siya yung software provider. Tama ba?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Ano ang role ni Comfac and ni Mioho? So si HiWeb will develop the software. Is that tama? No?
Yes, sir.
What is the role of Comfac and Mioho?
Actually, sir, when they submitted the documents, they are already forming the Global Commerce CI as consortium. So they represent the consortium, sir, the 3
Okay.
companies.
Okay. But obviously, all of them have different roles, no?
Yes, sir.
And we conducted our own due diligence. It seems to me that HiWeb is the software developer in short. Tama?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And then that's why in your TOR, they have to present 3 gaming jurisdictions that they have engaged in. Correct?
Yes, sir.
What are those 3 gaming jurisdictions?
Sir, based on the post-qualification documents, the completed projects were in Bahamas, Sweden, and the ongoing project is in Trinidad and Tobago.
Bahamas,
Bahamas, Sweden,
Sweden.
and those are the completed projects. And
Okay.
on the ongoing projects, sir, we have Trinidad and Tobago and United Kingdom.
In the United Kingdom. And all of these are, their clients are the regulators or government? What are the nature of their engagement? Because did they provide third-party software to these jurisdictions as well?
It's stated here, sir, that the products supplied for this said contract are existing and are classified as type of game offerings of e-casino.
Sorry?
So it is stated here, sir, like for example, the one I mentioned for Sweden, it mentioned here that the products supplied for this said contract are existing and are classified as type of game offerings of e-casino.
Yeah, I know. I went to their website. One of their products is eClick. One click. One click. And this company provides gaming platform to those who want to operate online gaming. So kunwari Pogo ako, they can offer me that platform. But the service that they will offer Pagcor is a third-party auditor. So obviously you want to compare and see if they have experience in providing platform for as a third-party auditor, no? Para apples to apples in comparison. So in uh, in these four jurisdictions, are they the third-party auditor, or did they provide software that is akin to a third-party auditor?
Okay, they provide, sir, land-based gaming functionality support.
What's that? Anong ibig sabihin nun?
They design, they do other technical services deployment and audit and management of platforms from scratch.
Is that a third-party auditor?
That is for HiWeb, sir.
Yeah, but is that the third-party auditor? Siyempre, kukunin natin silang developer. What we want is to establish if they have experience as a... It's not only they develop the software, they're also operating and maintaining the software. No? So it's not as if they developed and sold it to Pagcor. They're also maintaining it. So the least that Pagcor should do is conduct a due diligence whether first of all, they are capable in developing the software. And then second, they are also capable in becoming the operator and the maintenance of the software. So, ang tanong ko, in these four jurisdictions, ganyan ba yung kanilang responsibilities? Kasi if they will just provide software to online gaming, iba yon, no? Iba yon.
Sir, from our point of view, sir, they are providing audit, sir, audit functions also.
Based on their disclosures.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Have you at least contacted these four jurisdictions and inquired from them? Do you have some form of correspondence with them, or at least visited their areas to see if indeed they are qualified?
Sir, during the bidding process, we are contacting for those which are authorized to be contacted, sir, for further confirmation of their identity, sir. I
So-
know we have a document like that. I will just look into it, Mr.
So meron
Chair.
o wala? No, simple lang.
We
Meron
have
o wala?
po.
You contacted them.
Yes.
So what was the feedback? You get
Sana yun? Sana yun, ma'am? Yung nag-contact tayo, tumawag. Ha? Sige na. Specify. Yung under na. Pag-pitin siya ng process.
Ron, did you contact?
Yes, Your Honor.
So what was the feedback?
It was confirmed with a Mr. Dmitry Kuznikov and was found in order, sir, and compliant.
What country is that?
These are the ones I mentioned earlier, sir, for Bahamas, Sweden, and
Yeah, but which country did you contact and engage with and confirm that indeed they are a credible software developer providing third-party auditor services or third-party auditor applications?
it was Mr. Dmitry, sir, that we have contacted.
Who is he?
The nasa lang kanina.
Anong jurisdiction? Kasi apat na jurisdiction minention mo. Bahamas, Sweden, Trinidad and Tobago, and UK.
He was the authorized representative, sir, for
Yeah, but Dimitri is the CEO of HighWeb. So you just contacted their CEO. But ang tanong ko, have you contacted the 4 jurisdictions they mentioned? Out of prudence. Kasi dyan tayo kikita eh. Dyan kayo kikita, dyan si BIR kikita. So out of prudence na alam nila ginagawa nila. Because if they are, and I'll go to the COA report. Alam niyo naman yung COA report, di ba? So I want to establish that PAGCOR conducted prudent due diligence to ascertain that this HighWeb is credible and capable. Hindi lang yung binigay nilang papel out because of the bidding. Siyempre, bibigay nila yun para manalo sila, di ba? So that's what I'm trying to drive at. Sir.
Mr. Chairman, kaya can I interject?
Yes, go.
Oh, anong safeguard natin dyan na hindi tayo maisahan ng third party na yan? Just in case magkukunab yung third party with the PAGCOR operators to the detriment of PAGCOR and to the Philippine government, wala silang tsansa na makorrupt sila ng mga operators? Wala. Wala. Eh, hindi nyo maiwasan ha, yung pulis ako eh. Yan palagi ang yung mentality ko eh, kung saan tayo maisahan, saan tayo makaisa. Yan ang nasa isip ko palagi eh. Kaya baka maisahan tayo dyan, safe tayo dyan, yung third party na yan.
Sir, yung our monitoring and enforcement team have back office access in terms of determination of income. So if ever, sir, we have means on how to reconcile the figures being mirrored to our third party and at the same time our access in the back office.
Halimbawa ako si Mr. Operator. Kontakin ko yung third party operator. Eh, di ba, i-adjust mo yan, pababaan mo lang para akong bahala sa'yo. Imbes kumikita ka sa PAGCOR na magkanong income mo, dudublihin ko yan. Basta ibaba mo lang itong aming gross income para kukunti lang ang mapunta doon sa mababayaran namin sa PAGCOR. Ganun ba? Mga ganun na pag-iisip. Walang tsansa.
We have to reconcile those, sir, kasi we have different access from the access of the third party auditor, sir. So we have a separate access on the site itself.
Okay.
Apo.
Pero sila pa rin nagko-control sa records, sa operations.
Mirroring, pooling of data. Yes,
Sila,
sir.
sila talaga.
Yes, sir.
So pwede nila ma-doktor. May chance pwedeng doktorin nila.
That we have to check, sir, with the back office po.
Yung akin lang naman is a hypothetical question. Hypothetical question. Pwede o hindi? Pwede nila, no? Just in case. Kung ako ay isang shrewd businessman, alam mo na yung mga BIR nga, na lalapitan ng mga shrewd businessman, kayo pa. Di ba? Yung third party pa. Diyan, wala, hypothetical lang, hypothetical. Pwede, no?
It may
Pwede?
happen, sir.
It may.
Apo.
Thank you. Thank you for that. Thank you. Sorry, BIR, ha? Nagawa ko kayong example, ha? Wala. Noon yan, may alam ako noon, pero hindi naman ngayon yun, hindi ngayon. Noon pa noon. Kapitan pa ako. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Bato. And yeah, it's in the law. It's in the law that POGCOR should engage a third-party auditor to ascertain the gross gaming revenues, no? Because 5% goes to BIR, 2% goes to POGCOR. So it's important that we get the accurate picture. But before we do that, we have to also ascertain that the third-party auditor is credible and has experience. So that's where I am driving at. No? And looking at the personalities involved, HiWeb, it seems to me that they are the software provider. So in your terms of reference, which I commend because very ano doon, no? Very specific, nakasulat doon that they should have engaged in 3 jurisdictions. No? So they gave you 4 names, 4 countries, but have you personally at least asked them, these 4 jurisdictions, if they have indeed acquired the software of HiWeb, particularly delivering audit software or audit applications?
Your Honor, the TWG then underwent the post-qualification.
Yeah, I know you did the post-qualification on paper, diba?
Yes, sir.
That's reflected in your documents. What I'm saying is, did you take an extra effort, no, to this is a 6 billion peso contract. Now, 1 year they will get 600 million pesos. No? So it's no small amount. Mayroon pa siyang upside, correct? No? 600 million, then may upside pa siya.
It cannot go beyond 600, sir.
No, 6 million, 600 million, or may upside, or whichever is higher.
The payment for the third-party auditor, sir, it may be 600 before, prior to
Yeah,
its-
before.
Yes, prior to its amendment, sir, is 600 million max po.
Max. Or yung upside, correct? Whichever is higher.
Yes, sir.
Oh, so it can go beyond 600 million. Correct? If the gross gaming revenue is high, they get 10%, correct?
They get 10% of the paid regulatory fees.
Correct. No, you've been in contract before.
Yes,
In contract
yes, sir.
before. Pinalitan nyo yan because COA flagged you.
Yes, sir.
So it can go beyond 600 million. Wala
It
namang-
cannot, sir. It cannot, sir. That's the ceiling for the year, sir.
In the old contract.
Opo.
Okay. So even though 600 million is still quite big. So of course they will submit to you all the documents that will enable them to win, diba? So I'm asking you if you made an extra effort to ascertain whether those countries you mentioned are indeed contracted HiWeb for audit purposes.
Sir, on behalf of the technical working group before that carried out the rating and the evaluation of the submitted documents, I think they have done what was being asked for.
Hindi, yun ang gusto kong malaman. Did you call these 4 jurisdictions or not?
Probably, sir, they have called, sir.
Do you have documents that will substantiate that?
Confirm. At the moment, sir, we do not have the documents.
Pero
sir.
sure ka tinawagan nila and itong 4 Bahama, ulitin ko Bahamas, Sweden, Trinidad, and UK. Hindi si Mr. Dimitri. Dimitri is the CEO of HiWeb.
We have to check, sir.
I
Anyways,
think, Mr. Chairman, if I may, I'm not sure, Mr. Chairman, if Ms. Jackie Lou Rivera would be able to answer these questions. Perhaps if we could ask the head of the one who actually appraised all of this, Mr. Chairman, because this is somehow technical, I suppose, Mr. Chairman. So if we invited, perhaps, I don't know if we invited the head of their technical team who's supposed to do that, because I agree with our chairman, this is no-brainer if you are looking for a third party and at the same time you wanted to make sure na hindi ka hindi nagogoyo yung taong bayan, then you would really have to exert extra effort beyond what is required by the law. So I'm not sure. So Ms. Rivera, if you don't feel like you know what you're saying, because I'm sorry, but I have to say this: we cannot accept probably or may have or they could have answers, Mr. Chairman. Just to put on record, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, that's why this is very technical, and I think a good measure. I think that's why you put it in your TOR that three gaming jurisdictions is to know if they have experience, correct? That is the reason why you put that in your TOR. But you took the disclosure hook, line, and sinker. You didn't do extra effort to communicate, to validate whether their disclosures are correct or not. That's what I'm driving at. No? And then second, you also put in your TOR, single largest similar contract must be 500 million pesos. Diba? Meron kayong similar, similar contract. So where is that? Ano yung similar contract nila? Must be 500 million pesos. Again, this is the goal of this is to make sure that they have experience. So what is their similar contract?
The description, sir, of their similar contract is the design, other technical services, deployment of audit and management platform, along with full land-based gaming functionality support, wherein the amount of the contract is 10 million euro.
Where is that?
It's in Bahamas, sir.
Bahamas. Okay. And who is the contracting party?
The company name is EBWL Gaming Limited.
Okay, that's a private company.
Yes,
So a
sir.
private company uh, um, uh, contracted them to do that.
Yes, sir.
But it's a private company, not government.
Another.
So in the Bahamas, a private company contracted them to do all those services, correct?
Yes, sir.
What's the name of the private company?
EBWL Gaming Limited, sir.
EBWL Gaming Limited.
Limited.
Is that uh, an online gaming company? Because what we want HiWeb is to develop audit software for an online gaming company. Is that an online gaming company, CEBW Gaming Limited?
It states here, sir, that licensee, it's licensor wishes for the licensee to advertise. I wait, sir.
Ano si EBLW Gaming Limited?
Where is the
Because from my information, it's a land-based casino. It's not an online casino. So in my opinion, it's not similar. So what is EBLW? I think this should be, dapat ready na itong mga information. If you conduct due diligence on high web, you should have all this information ready. Bakit hindi siya ready? Hmm. So I guess it's quite surprising that you don't have this information. Again, let me emphasize the importance of the third-party auditor. The third-party auditor will give us information on the gross gaming revenue, in which 5% goes to BIR, 2% goes to you. Kung hindi magaling si third-party auditor, mali-mali yung kanyang ginagawa, mali-mali na yung magiging collection natin. So in order to make sure that we have the right third-party auditor, we have to conduct due diligence. That's why all of this TOR, lahat ng ginawa nyo. So I'm just asking, aside from their submissions, did you validate their submissions?
Yes, sir. The TWG then conducted the
So where are
validation,
the
sir.
documents? How come you cannot produce it? You keep on saying yes, but where are the documents?
We have here, sir, the post-qualification,
So my validation.
yes, sir.
Okay, give me the validation. CEBWL. What kind of gaming company is that?
Sir, the project name is Software License and Service Agreement from EBWL Limited.
Okay. So ano yung sinupply niya? Alam niyo, pag hindi niyo masagot yan, it doesn't look good on PAGCOR. Seems to me that this third-party auditor was chosen on a whim.
Mr. Chairman, if I may, I raised this a while ago. I think the fact that the TWG head is not here, are they around or did you bring them here?
They're not around, sir.
They're not around. So, ang sa akin lang, Mr. Chairman, dapat bit-bit nyo sila, no? And alam ko hindi yung mga procurement department ng may alam nitong mga technicalities na ito. I am aware of that. But when you talk about accountability, sa inyo po nagre-report yan eh. So, kayo din ho yung accountable dito. Kaya I commiserate with our chair na we're conducting a hearing and we couldn't get the information that we are asking for. Yung mga members ng TWG pala, wala sila dito, Mr. Chairman. Pero hindi rin nila ho binitbit. So para sa akin, 1+1 yun. If you cannot answer these questions, then you have to bring them in, no? It's just disappointing, Mr. Chairman, that we have to keep on waiting and every time we get an answer from the resource persons, hindi tayo sigurado kung yun nga yung sagot o hindi. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Anyways, just to go to another topic, but my take on this is the same with our majority floor leader, that the selection of the third-party auditor was not practiced with prudence, and seems to me that we just took whatever they submitted, hook, line, and sinker, without validating whether what they submitted is credible and accurate. No? And that will cast doubt on the data that they are giving us. Because if there was no validation process, I'm taking it that there's no validation process because you cannot answer, then it casts doubt on the actual selection process and the capability of this software company. No? So that's my take on this. And um, I'll go to another entity um, in the consortium. No, tatlo siya, di ba? So there's also a company called Myoho Range Copy, correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
And what is their contribution? What is the contribution of Myoho Ranch? Are they what is their contribution?
Sir, contribution
In terms of to the project, no? What they kasi there's the other one, si Confac is a systems integrator, HiWeb is supposedly a application developer. So what is the contribution of Myoho?
since they are all related in IT industry, sir, it's an IT industry company, sir.
Did you again, no? This is a consortium, an unincorporated consortium, as you mentioned earlier. So there's no juridical entity insofar as the joint venture is concerned. So direkta kayo sa consortium and direkta doon sa tatlong personalities, tama? No? Although they assigned a representative, but since there's no juridical entity, PAGCOR actually deals directly with the three entities. Is that correct? So for example, if may problema sa contract and PAGCOR needs to sue, who do they sue? Who does PAGCOR sue?
The Global Commerce CI, sir.
But it's not a juridical entity. It's hindi siya incorporated, tama?
Global Commerce being entities, incorporated ba siya? Meron siyang SEC registration, di ba?
So kung may problema, who takes on the liability if it's an unincorporated consortium?
At present, sir, it is the Global Commerce CI that is being represented. So we are directly transacting with Global Commerce CI po.
Yeah, but I think your lawyers can answer this. No, this is a legal question. So, for example, they cannot deliver, or some deliverables cannot be completed. So, what is the recourse of PAGCOR?
Mr. Chair, even in the process of procurement or in both, including in the civil code, when you treat an unincorporated party, it would be all of them would
All
be
of
held
them.
liable.
All right. So you sue all of them.
Yes, sir.
All three.
Yes, sir. That
All
would
right.
be the
No,
requirement.
that's what I want to uh, um, to ask about. No. Okay. And so, in other words, all three of them should have established legal personalities. Correct?
Yes, Your Honor. The two are local to their domestic corporation and the other one is a foreign
Okay.
corporation.
Yung sa Malta, mahirap habulin yun.
Yun na lang po ang ano doon.
Diba? Let's face it,
Yes,
mahirap habulin yun.
Yes,
So
sir.
mahahabol nyo lang yung dalawa dito.
Yes, sir.
All right? So did you look at did you validate the operations and the existence of the two domestic companies?
I believe, Your Honor, that part of the TOR is the submission of the corporate documents of the or all of the entities.
Okay. Let's focus on si Myoho Range kasi kasama siya. You said all three are liable, so si Myoho Range should be liable. We took some documents from the SEC, from the GIS. This is the address in the GIS, attorney. No, we took the liberty to look at the address. In fact, si Myoho changed its name, no, to Globalcom RCI. So there are now two Globalcom RCI. One is the consortium, one is the old Myoho range, and this is the company. And this is the address in the GIS. So we went to look at the address, and to our surprise, this is the address. No? It's I don't know if this is a residential. It's in a residential area. It doesn't look like an IT company. Walang business operation there. No? And this is the company that you will sue in case that something happens to the contract. You have to remember this is an unincorporated joint venture. And
Yes, Mr.
that's
Chair.
why it's important to know what is the recourse for government. So it's also important to know who are the personalities behind, because you said you will directly sue. Si Malta, wala na yan, hindi na natin madedemanda yan. Yung dalawa na lang dito. Pero yung isa, this is the office. It doesn't look like a credible IT third-party company to me. I don't expect any third-party auditing will happen in that house. Let alone, they will get 600 million a year. 6 billion in 10 years. So, my question, attorney, did you even validate the existence of these three companies?
I would assume, Your Honor, that it was part of the process undertaken during the procurement.
So, bakit ganito? Can you correct me? Again, these are all just internal validation. So, can you correct me if sana mali ako, no? But, so how come the address yielded this area?
I'm sorry, Your Honor, I would not be able to explain the matter regarding the
Yeah, who
address.
can explain?
Again, Your Honor, maybe the technical working group of during the procurement.
Yeah, but who is the head of the technical working group?
I was informed that the head would be Mr. Robert Lokyao.
Is he here?
He is not present in the
Who is the
building.
head of the back?
Attorney Roderick Consolacion at that time, Your Honor.
At this time?
I think he is still the head of the back. Yes, he's still the head of the back.
Is he here?
He's not present, Your Honor.
So who can speak in behalf of PAGCOR so far as the bidding is concerned? Because
yes.
from what I'm getting, first, say HiWeb hindi nyo vinalidate. We don't even know if they are capable or not. Second, si Myoho, ito ang kanyang residence. Ito yung kanyang official office address. So we're talking to a bunch of bogus entities. So how do we now get the confidence that the gross gaming revenue is accurate? This is what I'm driving at. So sino pwede from PAGCOR who can answer me now?
At the moment, Your Honor, I think the most knowledgeable is the end user. but I think the end user now is not familiar with or the representative of the end user present is not familiar with how the bidding process went.
Since this is a virtual hearing, can you now call whoever can answer and join us virtually? Because I want to get the answers now.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Patawag nyo and then tell them to join us online. I'll go to, while you're doing that, no, I'll go to BIR, no, because this is an unincorporated attorney. I need your expertise on this. This is an unincorporated joint venture, no? So PAGCOR is paying 600 million every year. So what is the process in terms of declaring that income insofar on the part of the three consortium members?
Yes, sir.
And what taxes should the consortium members pay government?
Yes, sir. Sir, that will be subject to corporate tax, but I assume, sir, there is a withholding being made by PAGCOR.
Mm-mm. I think that's standard, no?
Yes, sir.
So, but since this is unincorporated and the check is paid to a consortium, how is the proceeds distributed to the three?
Sir, actually, if it's not incorporated, they should each entity should declare it in their own separate income tax return.
Okay. And that should be reflected in their sales, tama? Attorney?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And uh, since unincorporated siya, tatlo yung pupuntahan nitong proceeds.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Let me just pull out the income statement of Simioho. The income statement of Mioho as supplied to us by the actual in the actual FS. Well, ito muna, no? Hindi, yung si Mioho, yung actual. Is PAGCOR withholding taxes to the consortium?
The bidding is the specs of the bidding is that they are zero rated because we have a tax exemption. So there is no anybody under the PD, any person providing services or services for PAGCOR will be tax exempt.
Okay, we'll go to that later on, no? And I would like to ask the BIR to take note of that if that is indeed legal and qualified. So, ito si Mioho, di ba? Oo. So, to PAGCOR, this is the income statement of Mioho. Can you zoom it? So this is the income of Mioho. Sana. Saan dito yung tax? Yung sa contract yung pwedeng i-revoke yung license. So to PAGCOR, this is the income statement of one of the consortium members. In 2020, the revenue is 2 million pesos. Nalugi siya ng 9 million. In 2021 is 1.9 million. Nalugi siya ng 6 million. In the consortium agreement, Mioho takes about 50% of the equity. So if PAGCOR is paying 600 million, 300 million will go to them. But obviously, I don't see the 300 million. No? So have you reviewed this? Do you require at least the consortium members to submit to you tax clearances or report on tax payments?
Yes, sir. During the process of the procurement, that is one of the requirement, the tax clearances.
No, but ongoing, as an ongoing concern.
I don't think so. That's not required.
But one of your consortium members is not paying taxes.
This is 2020, Your Honor.
Yes.
May I just confirm if payments were made in 2020 because of the amendments, they should not be receiving anything if they did not reach the threshold.
When was the last payment? May problema nito. I'd like to BIR to take note of this again. No, marami na ako nahuhuli para sa inyo, BIR. Yung Pogo, nahuli ko para sa inyo yun. Ito, mahuli ko ulit. No? So, I'm helping government to collect. Kaya, Val, ang hirap magtaas ng taxes tapos hindi tayo nagko-collect. In 2019.
Yes, sir.
Let's do it. Here, this is 2018 and 2019. I'm sure they're being paid during those times. Tama? When was the last payment?
The last payment, Your Honor, is March 2020, before pandemic.
Oh, then 2018, I don't see the 300 million. In 2019, I don't see the 300 million. So where's the 300 million going? So, Attorney D, can you comment? You've seen the flow of the conversation because we're paying the consortium 600 million a year, in which it's divided. No?
Yes, sir.
This company is supposed to take 50%,
Yes, sir.
but obviously it's not reflected in the income. So, what is your
Sir,
assessment on
the
this
logical
matter?
conclusion, sir, is they're not paying the correct taxes. And then, sir, I just like to comment on what the representative of PAGCOR was saying about the VAT, their VAT except. It may be true that because under the PAGCOR charter, suppliers are supposed to pay 5% franchise fees in lieu of all taxes. So that's maybe what's the reason why he was saying that they're not required to pay VAT or VAT. But there's a repercussion, sir, regarding the Supreme Court decision of St. 12, because under that decision, it would appear that the 5% franchise tax does not apply to online, to POGO or online gaming. So supposedly, once it's, although it's still under motion for recon by the BIR, when it becomes final, sir, I think they will be subjected to regular income taxes, including VAT.
You know, I appreciate PAGCOR for being conscious in nation building because in your contract, and I'll show you, this contract between PAGCOR and Globalcom, under Section 5, PAGCOR reserves the right to suspend payment for any and all, for any and or all parts of the contract if the consultant becomes remiss in the payment of its taxes. So just to be fair with PAGCOR had the intention of making sure that their consultant, through the 3 consortium members, are paying the right taxes. No? How do you operationalize this? Do you require them to give tax clearances, tax certificates, receipts? How do you operationalize it? The intention is there. It's there. But how do you operationalize this?
Normally, sir, that is related to the request, sometimes the request of the BIR for examination on documents. So if it's reported to us during the course of the examination that the operator or the licensee or the contractor is not in good is not paying the taxes, then that would be a breach of the contract.
But with now what what demonstrated to you is, does this can number 2, section 5 number 2 be enforced against the consortium members?
Well, I guess we would, because of that, we would give them notice of a possible breach in the contract and then ask them to explain the information that has been relayed.
That's the point eh. First, this is what I'm driving at, no? Your technical consultant, HighWeb, was never validated, no? From my information. No? That's number 1. Number 2, the local party, no, Myoho, was never validated. I showed you the office. Number 3, they're not paying the right taxes. So, anong ibig sabihin yan? What does it speak of the third-party auditor? Credibility. It speaks of its credibility. Kung hindi ka nagbabayad ng buwis, anong ibig sabihin nun? And PAGCOR is supposed to ascertain, as all of us, the Filipino people, that we have the right and qualified third-party auditor. But it's not, the documents are not showing that. So on top of the social ills, hindi pa natin masigurado kung tama yung declaration ng POGO. Alam naman natin, they are not declaring to the BIR. I showed that during the last hearing. And BIR sent me a letter that it seems that they're not declaring the right gross gaming revenue. So the tendency of these POGO operators is to not declare the right gross gaming revenue. Hence, we need that third-party auditor. But the third-party auditor's credibility is now in question. So where do we go now?
Yes, sir.
And then you want to continue POGO. Yan ang position ng PAGCOR, is to continue POGO. But how can we continue if all of these things are coming out? That's the point. So to the majority floor, I know the majority floor has other topics, but let me just conclude this issue. This is my prognosis on the third-party auditor, and again, no, you want to continue. You have a plan now to continue with POGO, but we cannot even ascertain if they are declaring right. And our third-party auditor is also declaring the right amount. That's the issue. But I'll go back to that later on. I know there's another topic that is also super important, and let's go into that.
Hi, what can I say, Mr. Chairman? I've been sounding like a broken record, Mr. Chairman, for the past 6 years about these issues, not just the social ills that we have been talking about for quite some time. But let me just put on record, Mr. Chairman, we were there since the very beginning of the PAGCOR franchise in the House of Representatives. We have been raising these questions. We have been asking Congress to evaluate the role of PAGCOR, which is our state regulator, chief state regulator. And to just be given another opportunity to hear what's been happening, there's no doubt in my mind, Mr. Chairman, that we really have to do something with PAGCOR. The only good thing that I'm hearing right now is that my kababayan from Bulacan, Altenco, is now at the head of the PAGCOR organization. It's still a growing sentiment among stakeholders to probably um, entertain the idea of privatizing PAGCOR. It's been a question of this representation for quite some time because I feel that we are so unique that we have PAGCOR, who is a regulator and at the same time operator at the same time. No? So parang nalilito sila kung ano yung identity nila. And again, Mr. Chairman, napakahalaga ng third party. That's the only way we can exact right information in order for us to make the right decisions. I still feel that I need to bring this up again, that we need your TWG head, your technical people to answer our questions. So we cannot accept answers na baka titignan or baka sakali. If you recall, 2020 when Secretary Dominguez made mention that there are about 50 billion tax utang from POGOs, Mr. Chair. But anyway, Mr. Chairman, I'm here to just raise another topic that I think is very important for the committee's discussion, which is the real estate bubble. For the information of our people, ito po yung rapid increase in prices fueled by demand, speculation, exuberant spending to the point of collapse, pwedeng mangyari. And it starts with an increase in demand, tapos limited yung supply, gaya ng mga spaces dito sa Pilipinas nung pre-pandemic. Maraming mga kababayan natin hindi makabili na ng kondo dahil mataas na daw po yung presyo at yung mga POGO nagbabayad ng parang advance 1 year, Mr. Chairman. It takes a relatively extended period to replenish and increase, Mr. Chairman. Ang Department of Finance, I saw ASEC Brion, who is here with us. Ma'am, tanong ko lang, no, kasi there were two property consulting firms that issued differing statements on POGO's impact on the real estate industry. My good friend here, Mr. David Lichu, is around. He made mention, I remember, yung they stated that banning POGO will translate to annual losses of nearly about 200 billion pesos, including losses in income tax, housing, rent, office rent, electricity cost, taxes, etc. Now, there's another school of thought from a global real estate management firm, itong Colliers Philippines, that stated that POGOs exiting the country won't leave the real estate market scarred if banned, since POGOs currently cover 5% of the total leasable office space in the country, or 650,000 square meters. So, ang sabi naman nila, banning them will not cause a collapse. So, ang tanong ko po sa Department of Finance, given these differing statements on the impact of a POGO ban on real estate industry, meron po bang Department of Finance study o may nagawa po kayo, may pag-aaral whether POGO ban will lead to a collapse of real estate industry? And by now, pwede po bang malaman how much will it cost the industry? And how are we doing now with respect to this issue ng real estate bubble na nangyari po before pandemic, and then ngayon na marami sa kanila na wala na? Malaki po ba yung epekto, Mr. Chair? Thank you.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, Your Honor, we have an estimate of the indirect taxes from office space rentals, so that's VAT, and house spacing rentals. But we only use the figures provided by the Lichu presentation. So in terms of the foregone, if ever we will be losing POGO, estimated VAT from office space rentals, we estimate this as at 2.3 billion. And estimated VAT from housing space rentals is 3.4 billion.
So yung ano po, yung General Real Estate Management firm, yung Colliers Philippines, hindi nyo na kuha yun. I can give you a copy of that. But anyway, Mr.
can
Chairman,
make
I'm being
runs
asked to
based on
go
that.
to another room, unfortunately. But I think this is very important kasi, for example, no, based on the 2019 study by the National Tax Research Center, pre-pandemic po ito eh. Yung Panama, Malta, yung Kanawaki in Canada, and other countries na may existing regulations on POGOs or issuance of similar gaming licenses. May mga binigay po silang data, no? Tapos tinitingnan ko rin po yung data na sinubmit ng PAGCOR. It shows na comparing yung September 19, 2022 to October 2019, from 60 POGOs naging 34 na lang. Yung service providers from 221 naging 60 na lang. So, given that PAGCOR admits that several POGOs have left the country, I don't know, due to, ang binabanggit, due to higher imposition of taxes, itong pinasa natin dito sa Senado, yung POGO Tax Law, Republic Act number 11590, may we know how, what is the demand projection for POGOs, use of office spaces in the years to come? Na-account po ba natin ito? How will it be affected? Kasi marami nga po daw umalis. Naapektuhan ba? Malaking dagok sa atin yung pag-alis nila. I remember this is what happened in Cambodia eh.
The projections, we're still doing the runs, Your Honor. But however, on your first question, we project that the exit of POGOs will not cause a collapse because the demand for housing is also very high and the price will adjust to address the bubble created by POGO.
And somehow, na-correct na po ba ito ng market? Because I remember during the time pre-pandemic, ang reklamo ng mga kababayan nating Pilipino, especially dito in the area ng dito sa may Senado, yung Macapagal Boulevard niya. Ang reklamo nila, hindi na sila makabili ng mga maliliit na condo dahil nag-skyrocket yung prices dahil mas gusto nung real estate firm na ibigay sa POGO dahil 1 year advance magbayad, etc. And then nagtaasan yung presyo. Bumalik na po ba ito sa normal circumstance na yung mga ordinary Filipino citizens can actually get a chance to own their own condominiums, Mr. Chair?
Mr. Chair, our projection is that eventually the price will be adjusting and it will be more affordable to Filipinos.
And when would that be in your projection? Just a timeline.
Mr. Chair, I think that question will be better answered by Mr. Lee Chu because he's in the real estate field. He's more
I'm sure
to date now.
I'm sure, Madam Senator, he would be able to answer. But I was just asking the Department of Finance because they were conducting a study on this matter. But we can ask Mr. David Lichu later or today. I mean, right now, Mr. Chair, I don't mind. It's just that they're asking me to go to another room. Yeah, later. Perhaps if you can give it to us. But one more thing that I'd like to ask. When you have those BOGO that have stopped operations and left the country, saan po sila pumunta? To which countries did they transfer? Would you know, or ang PAGCOR would know? Anyone from here would know? Those who left the country? Would you know, ma'am, Asek?
Perhaps PAGCOR would know better.
PAGCOR, is there any information that you can give us na saan sila lumipat? Kung lumipat man or talagang they stop operating?
Your Honor, we don't have the exact data, but from anecdotal evidence, marami po sa kanila is lumipat to UAE sa Dubai.
Thank you. Thank you for that. One last thing siguro that I'm being asked to go. sa DOF pa rin, no? Again, in relation to the increased use of office spaces through investments of POGO vis-a-vis the emerging industries, key emerging industries, no? We recently passed, buti nandito si Senator Grace, no? We passed itong amendments to the Foreign Investment Act, Retail Trade Liberalization Act, Public Service Act amendments, etc. No? And looking at the reports, example, McKinsey and Company published an economic outlook for 2022, identified the following as potential drivers of the economy: travel and hospitality sectors, healthcare sector, energy and power, IT business process outsourcing, and remittances from OFWs. Wala dito yung gaming, wala itong POGO. Yung top 5 industry sectors according to number of MSMEs in 2021 were wholesale, retail trade, repair of motor vehicles, motorcycles, accommodation and food service activities, manufacturing, other services activities, and financial insurance activities. These industries accounted for about 87.40% of the total number of MSME establishments. Now, if we find ways to increase and or promote investments in key and emerging industries and other industries with high employment generation potential, is there a projection on how much they can fill up vacant office spaces? As you were saying a while ago na makokorek yung real estate bubble dun sa demand ng consumers to for residential, na tackle natin yun. Now we're talking about businesses. Now we're talking about emerging industries, leasing these vacant offices. And by how many years? May projection po ba tayo?
We don't have the projection at the moment, but perhaps NEDA would have the macro, Your Honor.
Sila po yung meron. Perhaps, Mr. Chair, if we can, do we have the NEDA representative? Yes, ma'am, can you help us with this information? Thank you, please.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair. May I please hear the question again?
With regard to the all the happenings nitong galaw ng POGO, na wala yung POGO, binabanggit po kanina yung vacancies for condominiums, nagko-correct na, bumababa na para ma-access at makabili yung mga ordinaryong Pilipino. Binanggit ko po kanina yung mga industriya na emerging industries, and gusto nating malaman kasi ang bottom line natin, sustainable po ba itong POGO industry o hindi? Ito po bang mga emerging industry mas sustainable? Kaya bang pumalit nitong mga emerging industries para mag-fill up ng mga inalisan nung ilan lamang ng mga POGO service providers and licensees? Meron ba tayong projection how much these industries, as I mentioned a while ago, can fill up these vacant offices, Your Honor?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We don't have estimates on that at the moment, but off the top of my head, our IT BPO sector is a growing, a very robust industry.
It's almost doubled now, na demand. Is that correct? Almost double. Like the demand for instance, for the call center voice, or dun sa animation, sa...
We will check that, Your Honor.
So you mean to say they can replace the... And because it's also emerging industry, pwede sila yung makakuha nito mga vacant spaces.
It's a very robust industry.
Yeah.
Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Parang ako din sumasagot ng tanong ko. Mr. Chairman, sa dole lang, no, para bago ako matapos. Of course, we passed the work from home law. Thank you to Senator Gatchalian, Senator Grace po for supporting this representation. Employers have now have the management prerogative to decide whether the work from home arrangement is best for them, of course with the consent of the employees. Now, given the growth of the use of the implementation ng work from home law, in fact, in the law, it states that the Department of Labor and Employment would come up with a study and report to Congress ano yung mga industries na talagang makikinabang dito and how we can sell this idea to the different industries. No, may we know what is now the outlook at present in the implementation of this work from home or telecommuting act, Mr. Chair?
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair. With regard to the implementation of the telecommuting law, we know for a fact that employers who would want to implement the program are submitting their report po to the Department of Labor and Employment. But on with regard to the status, we will be submitting na lang po the data or
Sige,
statistics of
let
those
me
part po.
place on record also. I will help you answer because DOLE conducted a study on telecommuting, Mr. Chairman, in 2021. And based on a survey of 276 establishments, 66% of the companies reiterated their readiness to telecommute, while 34% are either not ready to adopt the work from home arrangements or ensure if their business is feasible for these work arrangements. Of course, hindi natin sinasabi lahat ng negosyo pwede yung work from home. Lahat ng trabaho hindi pwedeng work from home. Yung nagtatrabaho nga sa morgue, hindi pwedeng dalhin sa bahay yung iniimbalsa mo nila. Yun yung paboritong joke ni Senator Grace. Now, doon din po sa pag-aaral ng DOLE, 39% of the companies have an existing telecommuting policy, which is good. I hope it increases. 23% of the companies stated they had allocated resources for their work from home and telecommuting employees. I can go on and on with that, but just to put on record, Mr. Chairman, na there are emerging industries, there are infrastructures, even the Congress, when it comes to legislation, pin-repair natin yung bansa natin para sa mga negosyong ito, para gumawa at lumikha ng trabaho, para dumami ang trabaho sa Pilipinas. One last question to Department of Trade and Industry. When it comes to, may taga-DTI po ba, Mr. Chair? Meron pong taga-DTI na narito? Wala pala, so hindi na ako magtatanong, Mr. Chair. Tatapusin ko na po, Mr. Chair. Ang gusto ko lang pong i-point out, Mr. Chairman, and the distinguished colleagues present here today, even in the budget hearing of the Department of Trade and Industry, the budget hearing of the Department of Tourism, they were saying and talking and sharing to us all the potential of tourism growth in the country. Napakalaki ng potential. There's so much room for improvement. And you know, we don't need to be like France, having 70 million tourists every year, or ang Turkey, Istanbul lang 11 million na a year yung turista. We are all aware for every foreign tourist that would come here in the Philippines, it would create at least 5 to 7 direct and indirect jobs. So again, may mga options tayo, Mr. Chairman, hindi lang pagsusugal, hindi lang pagpo-promote ng sugal dahil pasensya na po kayo at I sound like a broken record pagdating sa sugalan. I just don't think gambling is the way to go. If we love this nation, we love the next generation of our country, pamanahan naman natin sila ng tamang ugali, yung kahalagahan ng pagtsatsaga, kahalagahan ng pagsusunog ng kilay, pag-aaral, not to depend on the game of chance, na balang araw pwede kang tamaan ng kidlat, balang araw pwede kang manalo ng loto, etc. That's not the way to go, Mr. Chairman. And I still believe that. You have known me, Mr. Chairman, since 2001 during the 12th Congress, and I speak the same thing. And for consistency, I would still say that gambling is not the right thing. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Thank you. And we recognize the presence of Senator Grace Pa, one of the authors of the resolution.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would like to ask the PNP on October 15, 2022, that PNP was able to save 16 Thai nationals from forced labor in a POGO operation in Pampanga. On September 29 of the same year, at least 23 Myanmar nationals were rescued. And the 16 November, a Malaysian was reported as one of the victims of human trafficking in another POGO operation. Ang lagi nating narinig ay mga Chinese ang biktima, pero obviously ngayon, iba't ibang mga nationals na ang kasama dito. Kung mapapasara man ang POGO operations dito, paano natin masisigurado na mapoprotektahan din natin ang ating mga kababayan kung hindi natin mapapasara sa human trafficking, especially in relations to possibly continuing POGO operations in the country? PNP? And please add to the data that we have, meron pa ba kayong mga na-rescue recently from November up until the start of November up until this time?
Yes, ma'am. From November, ma'am, we don't have any incident, Pogo-related incident, ma'am.
So parang nagpakabait muna sila ngayon, ano? So wala. Paano ngayon yung maraming mga rescue operations ay nagmumula dahil din sa mga tips na galing sa mga embassies. Pwede bang malaman sa PNP kung sino-sinong mga embahada ang nagpadala ng mga tips sa inyo para i-rescue yung kanilang mga nationals dito?
Wala tayong concern. Mr. Chair, as of now, I don't have the data coming from the data that of any information coming from embassies.
Okay,
Yes,
sir, I guess it's good news that on the POGO front, they've been behaving lately, but I hope that the PNP won't let their guard down, and I hope that you will continue and not be complacent because pag nakita nila na hindi napapansin uli, eh baka dumami na naman yung mga nangyayari nilang mga krimen. Before I end, that's actually just my question to the PNP. Now I'd like to know the current status of the real estate industry. Mr. Lee Chu, please give us a brief background.
Thank you very much, Senator Poe. So we've been asked to submit a short of a study on the impact of the the POGO sector. And is that the paper you want us to present now, or?
Can you just, we would like to have a copy of your presentation, but I have to go to another hearing also.
Okay,
So can you just tell us more or less, because the economy has opened up a little bit, was there an increase in the demand for rentals, spaces, office, and both residential?
So I think the current state of the real estate market today is much better than it was during the lockdowns. And so retail is recovering, hotel is recovering, tourism is opening up, although slowly. Retail has made a very big impact because they went from zero, struggled to go to 15% pre-COVID, and now they're more or less at pre-COVID levels. The office sector and residential sector are still in a flux because despite the lockdowns and COVID, the office sector continues to grow, but it's coming from a very low base. In 2019, the total office transactions were at 1.7 million square meters. In year 2020, it went down to about 380,000, more or less. In 2021, it started to recover to about 580,000, more or less. This year, 2022 full year, we expect it to be somewhere around 700 to 800,000 square meters. So it's still about half of what the numbers were in 2019, and the reason for that is because of the POGO sector having contracted significantly in the last 3 years. They gave up about 630,000 square meters of space, and the delta between what we have today, which is between 700 to 800 and 1.7 million in 2019, it's all POGO. So the POGO sector is responsible for about 700 to 800,000 square meters of of demand in 2019, coming from zero. Now,
For the housing sector, at least in condominiums.
the condominium sector is, the rents have come down significantly because of the withdrawal of POGOs, number one. And number two, the absence of expats, because expats were not able to come back from their hometown to the Philippines, or left the Philippines and were not able to come back. It produced a significant drop in residential prices, as much as 50%, depending on the sector and the district. Prices continue to hold, and the only reason why capital values in the residential sector continue to hold is a testament to two things. Number one, the validation that the savings rate in the Philippines is actually a lot higher than what many people thought, including the World Bank, including the ADB. Number two, the low debt levels in the Philippines are actually significantly lower than what it was predicted. And that's what allowed capital values to continue to hold, if not climb. And I do sit on the board of the BPO sector, and I've been on that board for about 6-7 years. And I have been a active participant in the BPO sector. So we don't only just talk about the POGO sector, but also the BPO sector as well. So a question earlier was asked about the state of the oversupply, the bubble, and the inaffordability of real estate for Philippines. Now, I think this office glut that we're going through today should have happened as early as 2015. It should have happened as early as 2015, but for a fortunate turn of events, the POGO sector discovered the Philippines. And from 2016, 2017, 18, and 19, those 4 years, the the POGO sector grew in the Philippines together with the BPO sector. And that's what produced the equilibrium between the supply and demand for these 4 years. If not for the POGO sector entering the market, the property sector would have significantly been impacted negatively. And I think the POGO sector just deferred that. We have always said to the developers, big and small, to always be mindful of the balance between the supply and the demand. There's also a note that prices are now affordable, therefore more Filipinos can go and occupy these spaces is not entirely what's happening. It's not entirely true, because many of these dorms, many of these assets were in derelict conditions prior to the POGO sector coming in. The POGO sector actually helped transform much of the geography of the Philippines in a positive way. It allowed investors to come in and make a bet on the property market without knowing how the market is going to perform when these assets are completed. If you look at, for example, SMDC condominiums, yes, a lot of the condominium prices were going up in terms of rentals, partly because of the POGO sector, but they are not the entirety of the demand of the residential sector. Next thing is that whatever increases and imbalances in the supply side in the real estate sector has more to do with the collapse of interest rates globally that started in 2009. In 2009, as you all know, many of the governments in the world started what they call quantitative easing. And in the last 6, 7, 8 months of this year, they started to do quantitative tapering, which is the reversal of everything that is QE for the last 12 years. That, I think, is a bigger contributor to the rise in asset values and the significant increase in supply. This is not just in the Philippines, but all over the world. I think, if I may, and I know this might sound a bit out of my competence, but from everything that I've heard in attending these hearings, and I'm grateful that you have invited me, is that of all the sectors in the gambling, of all the sectors in the gambling industry, we think that the pogo sector is the least, um, for lack of a better word, the least evil, you know, uh, because they do not allow locals to participate. There's a significant amount of employment generated, both foreign and local. It allows foreigners to discover the Philippines in a better way. And we just become the back office of the gambling sector, which is, I think, what any country in the world would like to do. Now, if we say no to the POGO sector and we shut them down, other countries in Asia will welcome them. And these are the talks that I've had from informal discussions with certain uh, characters in the pogo sector. But if not for if not the Philippines, then they will go and find a new home elsewhere where they will be welcomed with open arms. Um, I think I think we all underestimate the true impact of just the pogo sector to this economy, and I think given the numerous issues that the world is going through right now that are all negative, I would really plead to the government and everyone here to delay any shutdown in the pogo sector because like it or not, they do contribute significantly financially to the country at a time when we need it the most. Thank you.
Thank you. As usual, we really appreciate your expertise with this particular sector, the real estate market. But it's also important to note that all the economic managers of the president are not really very supportive of this industry. They think that we can make it without them. Now, having said that, I understand that half of the square meter rental of the office space is really from Pogo. I understand that. But as you said, it's also a time where the market is really correcting itself already, which should have happened as early as 2015. Yes, there's a world crisis going on, and inflation is everywhere. Interest rates are actually increasing again. So what I would say, my position is still the same. I think that the social costs are, ang problema kasi dito sa mga ibang pogo na to, like any gambling operation, yung mga namumuno or yung mga iba na nandyan, ang yayabang na rin umasta. Kaya sila napapansin. Because wherever they go, they bring with them their bodyguards and, they throw their weight around. And I think that also contributed to the distaste of having them around in the country. And even if they relocate to other countries, definitely the countries already said no to them. In fact, even I think Myanmar or is it Cambodia is also limiting their presence there. So, well, they're now in where are they? Dubai. They're in Dubai. Well, there it's an authoritarian government, more or less. I mean, not authoritarian, but a little bit more strict than us. So maybe they can handle the law enforcement there. But in our case, I think that even our law enforcement is trying to play catch up, and we're not as maybe we're we don't have as much will and political will to be able to enforce the law. So anyway, that's my position. But thank you again, Mr. Lichu, for your presence and for the resource persons for being here. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Grace, for your insights and also um, some of the information that you shared. Thank you very much for that. I'll go to another topic, no, and just to cover all bases. What we want is to make sure that we have covered everything that has relevance to the POGO industry as well as implementing the POGO law. So I'll go back, not go back, but I'll talk about the COA report. No, there's a issue here in the COA report that I want to ask PAGCOR. Um, and I don't know who among PAGCOR can answer, no, but there's a report here that there were protests filed by several POGO licensees. And can you elaborate on this? And has this been corrected already?
Yes, sir, the reversal was adjusted already.
Okay, what's the nature of the protest? I mean, what is the reason for the protest, and how many POGO licensees protested?
I think there were about 7, sir, who filed for protests. Before, sir, during the implementation of the third-party audit platform, there were computations that were added to the gross gaming revenue of the identified POGO licensees, since we are after eradicating illegal gaming operations. Upon the research and validation of the third-party auditor, it was identified that there are illegal POGOs that are tapping the URL or the IP addresses of a legitimate POGO. So that is the story behind the protest being filed by the POGO licensee, sir.
And then the third-party auditor audited.
Yes, sir.
Correct. And then apparently in the report, the audit report of the third-party auditor was not accepted by the POGO licensees, correct?
Yes, sir.
And in the COA report, it mentioned here, as a result of the inaccurate billing reports of the third-party audit platform service provider, the management admittedly billed the subject POGOs with inaccurate amounts, and these were recognized as income in calendar year 2018.
Yes, sir.
So it's admitted that the third-party auditor made a mistake.
In the desire of PAGCOR, sir, to increase and to eradicate illegal gaming, illegal online operations, it was added to the identified POGO licensee, sir. That's why the GGR that was reflected there at includes online illegal online gambling, sir.
And then because of the inaccurate billing reports from the third-party audit platform, there was a reversal of 700 million pesos.
Yes, sir.
All right. But in this COA report, it's the third-party platform that created the issue, meaning the reports were inaccurate based on this COA report.
How can
And
I
it
say?
was only corrected 3 years after in 2021.
The online that was identified, the games that was identified to the are illegal, sir. That's why it does not contribute to the specific PAGCOR licensee. The GGR is not related to the PAGCOR licensee licensed by PAGCOR, sir.
No, but the point here is the accuracy of the third-party auditor. That was the point of COA. So in other words, again, the credibility of the third-party auditor is in question here. And that led to the reversal of 700 million pesos there, in front. As a result of the inaccurate billing reports from the third-party audit platform service provider, the management admittedly billed the subject POGOs with inaccurate amounts. And then 700 million was reversed. So that's my point. The third-party auditor is not perfect. No, it makes a mistake. And that's the whole point of conducting prudent due diligence and verifying, validating all the documents to avoid such an issue. And but from what I'm getting earlier, the due diligence is not. It's only relied only in the submissions of the bidder. There was no physical or attempt to validate the submissions. So with that, what is the recourse of government? If in case that this is only one, we don't know if, because it's all online, we don't know if there are many things like this. But what is the recourse of government if the third-party auditor is found to be at fault? Can the government sue the third-party auditor because of inaccurate reports?
Sir, we are now on the possibility of amending the contract to include the recommendation of the COA resident auditors regarding pecuniary inclusion of the liability for pecuniary losses, sir.
Yeah, but in the same report of COA, it's also stated here, no, in further here in 2017, despite the errors committed by the third-party audit platform service provider in billing the subject POGOs, PAGCOR cannot hold them liable for damages on the grounds of the above-mentioned provision of the consultancy contract. And above-mentioned provision, and this is in the contract, in your consultancy contract, in no event shall the consultant or any of its related persons or affiliates be liable for any incidental, special, punitive, or consequential damages of any kind, including without limitation, loss of income, yan yung nangyayari ngayon, loss of profits, or other pecuniary losses. No? So in my understanding, walang recourse ang government.
We have solicited the advice of our legal, sir, in terms of amending again the contract, and we will make possible.
But can your legal answer this? So based on this provision, government cannot sue because of inaccurate information or inaccurate reports?
Mr. Chair, I think that would refer to if the,
And if government lost money,
I think, Your Honor, that would refer to if the actions of the audit platform would be in good faith or without fault. In this case, what happened, I think what needs to be explained is that the audit platform discovered illegal operations tapping into the operations of the licensed POGOs. So it was initially attributed to the operations of the licensed POGOs. That's why they were billed that additional amount. However, upon protest of the license operators, it was established that these were really illegally tapped on them.
but that's beside the point, attorney. The point here is we've already established that the platform provider was not vetted properly. So there's now doubt. So meaning they can come up with inaccurate reports or errors. But this provision limits the hands of government in terms of going after them.
I believe, Your Honor, that provision would only apply if there was no fault or no negligence on their part in reporting or in the actions taken by them in the performance of their obligations. It will not exempt them from liability if it was done in good faith or if they were negligent, because they will always be liable for negligence.
Well, that's not the interpretation of COA. If you read the
Yes, Your Honor. I said, as I said, Your Honor, the context of this incident is that they discovered, it was the audit platform who discovered the illegal operations tapping into the legal operations.
But from my interpretation, tinali natin kamay ng gobyerno. And we made the the audit, the third-party auditor, um, not liable of anything. He can report whatever he wants and not be held to account. That's my interpretation of this provision. And that's the interpretation of COA.
Again, we will revisit that provision, but that is our evaluation of that. It will not exempt them from negligence or fault or intentional bad faith in the performance of the duty. In this case, there's a particular context in this report of the COA where
Mabuti kung si third-party auditor is credible. And if you tell me now that they are doing audit reports in Bahamas, in UK, and they are doing such a good job, then that's fine. But there's no confidence now, eh. At least from my personal standpoint.
Yes, Your Honor.
On top of that, I'll go to the fees. And I know that COA flagged you on the first fee structure, but you amended the fee structure the second time around. So in the fees, there's also a variable cost. No? There's a variable cost to the fees. And the variable cost to the fees is 10% of PAGCOR's 2% regulatory fee. No? And then, but in no case, it will be beyond 552 million. So that's well and good. But on the last paragraph, or on the last sentence, it says here, in order to give effect to the bid offer of the consultant, necessary adjustment, if any, on the consultant fees may be made during the payment of the last billing at the end of 10-year contract. So two things comes to my mind. The number one, is variable allowed under our bidding rules? And then number two, at the end of 10 years, babayaran pa rin siya. Correct? So, in other words, meron nga siyang ceiling, meron nga siyang variable, but at the end of 10 years, whatever the contract is, the contractor will still be paid whatever the contract amount, which is 6 billion. Correct?
Your Honor, as to the first question on the variable, if it is allowed. Allowed naman pong sa isang kontrata na variable ang rate or ang price for the contract for as long as it can be ascertained. For example, the basis would be the 10% of the 2%. So, pwede po yun. As to the, yun lang po, the last condition, whether magkakaroon ng adjustment at the end of the 10-year period, I guess that is just ilang, if indeed meron ng adjustment. Pero kung hindi na talaga na-meet yung threshold at the end of the 10-year period, wala din talaga siyang hindi rin siya talaga babayaran.
And let me call on Phil Jeps because I've been inquiring. I think Phil Jeps is here. Can I get your opinion, or GPPB, no, whether a variable is allowed under our bidding rules?
I will check on it, sir. Pero I will contact the GPPB for this.
Ano ka ba? Phil Jeps?
Yes po, sir.
Is GPPB here?
I believe wala dito, sir.
Anyways, we'll can you inquire? Okay, but that's also another issue that that COA flagged, that variable amounts or variable payments are not allowed. It has to be fixed. So we'll go back to that later on because from what I'm getting here in this contract, in your new payment, at the end of anong mangyari? At the end of 10 years, bayad siya. Tama?
Hindi po ganun, sir. Again, it will still have to be based on those thresholds. Kaya lang, kailangang i-adjust kung meron pang adjustment later on na mangyayari. Kaya po sa
what are those adjustments? The adjustment here to give effect to the bid offer of the consultant. So what is the bid offer? The 6 billion?
Yes, sir.
Correct. So to give effect to the bid offer, adjustments can be made.
Yes, sir. Kasi ceiling po yun. So kung
Correct, yeah.
halimbawa, the first years hindi siya nakakasingil, and then later on, meron siyang nasisingil na dahil lumalampas siya sa threshold, kung meron pang amount due sa kanya dahil doon sa paglampas sa threshold sa niya, pwedeng idagdag doon sa payment niya after the 10 years.
Yes, that's why. That's my interpretation nga. So at the end of 10 years, bayad pa rin siya.
Hindi po yung full amount. Hindi po yung full amount. Again, we will still have to be based on the whether nakaka-threshold siya.
And the threshold is?
Yun pong anong threshold na ano natin dito? 552 po. Kailangan lalampas siya doon para siya magkaroon ng payment adjustment.
Okay. Ang interpretation ko kasi dito mababayaran siya at the end of full amount at the end of 6 years, at the end of 10 years. So in any case, will give us your position paper on this, your interpretation.
Yes,
Because
sir.
this was flagged by COA also.
Yes, sir.
And COA mentioned this, and you change your fee structure. So I'll go to another issue that I looked at in your consultancy contract. In your consultancy contract, a consortium agreement was referred to. In the consortium agreement, the consortium should put in saan na yung consortium should put in 2.2 billion pesos, tama?
Yes, Your Honor. Yes, Your Honor, capital contributions under 2.02.
Okay. And then there's a distribution here, no? 1.1 will go to the first party, which is Myoho. 400 will go to the second party, which is HiWeb. And then 660 million will go to the third party, which is Confac, tama?
Yes, Your
Okay.
Honor.
Just to put us on the same page. Was this complied? The 2.2?
Again, Your Honor, this is part of the bidding requirements, so it would be part of the verification. But
Correct.
these are obligations of the parties among themselves, not with PAGCOR.
Yes, but this is their obligation among themselves, but the contract is with the consortium,
Yes, Your Honor.
and they're supposed to deliver a specific service amounting to 2.2 billion. Correct? That's why in the contract it was referred to.
Again, Your Honor, this is the contract among the three
Yeah,
parties.
I understand that.
Yes, Your
I
Honor.
understand that. But how can they deliver a service to you if they don't fulfill their financial obligations? No? So that's one. But in their fulfillment of their financial obligations, they have to be qualified. Meaning they have to have the financial capability to do that. So we looked at Myoho again, no, the balance sheet. And can you flash the balance sheet? And we saw the balance sheet. The baba pa. There. The capitalization of Myoho, this is in 2017, is only 25 million. So I know, usapan nyo yan. Sige, bahala kayo. No, but we have to also determine whether the parties are financially capable in putting up the project. Because kahit na usapan nila yan, if they cannot put the 2.2 billion, what can they deliver? But upon perusal of their capital stock, their equity, seems to me that one of the consortium members only have 25 million in terms of capital stock. Well, in fact, in the consortium, it has to deliver 1.1 billion pesos. So again, no, you might argue this, bahala sila dyan, but it affects the credibility of the consortium. That is my driving point. And if it affects the credibility of the consortium, it affects the credibility of the output, which is the reports on the gross gaming revenue. That is my point there. It's all about credibility, because that's why we got an third-party auditor, because we assume that the third-party auditor is much better, much more accurate. He has the software and the experience to deliver accurate information. But if one of the members cannot come up with its required investment, let alone pay taxes, then it affects the credibility of the entire consortium. That's why I'm driving at, because in our desire to attract POGO, we have to make sure that we have the right tools in place, and credible tools. One of which is the third-party auditor. But right now, I'm not seeing that. And I tell this to PAGCOR. Yun ang hindi ko, that's why I'm trying to build my confidence that we have the right tools, the right regulator, the right third-party auditor to make sure that we are getting the right revenue. Establish na rin natin, they're not declaring the right amount to BIR. So that is the attitude. So, did you want to comment on this, Attorney?
Your Honor, we will just confront the consortium with this information and then ask for their comment regarding the discrepancy.
But hindi niyo ba tinignan to? You didn't look at this during your bidding bidding proper?
Your Honor, I think the member of the TWG is already online. So he will be able to answer the process during that time.
We'll call on him later on, no? But I just want to put that on the table. We'll discuss that later on. But I want someone who can explain to us and give us direct answers. I'll go to another topic that has not been discussed thoroughly, and this is on the issue of money laundering. Last year, I read your 2020 report, sir. I know that you explained this in the last two hearings, but on a very simple layman explanation. The report is quite technical, no? But I want our audience to understand the risk involved with POGO insofar as money laundering is concerned, your findings, and investigations that you are conducting. The former Secretary Gary Teves mentioned some numbers earlier, but let's put that on record on as simple as possible so that people will understand how POGO can be used as a venue for money laundering.
Just to update Mr. Chair, Mr. Chair, we have issued recently a detailed analysis of suspicious transaction reports regarding the study that we conducted in 2020. This is entitled, the recent study that we did is entitled Detailed Analysis of STR Captured in AMLC's 2020 Internet-Based Casino Risk Assessment, which was done in 2020. We did this detailed analysis just to give you an update, Mr. Chair.
per request of the House Committee, House of Representatives Committee on Ways and Means, for us to give a detailed analysis explaining kung ano po yung study na ginawa namin noong 2020. Basically, the study that we did is about the STRs that submitted by the covered persons. 1,031 STRs were submitted by covered persons for the period 2013 to 2019. Hence, the study was concluded in 2020. Basically po, just to explain to the public also, the function of AMLC is the Financial Intelligence Unit of the country. We receive STRs and CTRs from the covered persons, suspicious transaction reports, and covered transaction reports. Ang suspicious transaction reports po, sinasubmit po ito ng mga bangko, ng mga financial institutions, ng mga DNFBPs o yung designated non-financial businesses and professions. Ito po yung ating mga covered persons. Kasama po sa covered persons ang mga POGOs also. Pag nagsasubmit po sila ng suspicious transaction reports or STRs, may mga suspicious circumstances doon. Those are some of the grounds wherein the covered person can submit STRs. Based on the study on 2020 that we conducted, yung analysis po namin ng STRs na isinubmit in relation po to POGO clients of covered persons, ang main reason for the submission of the STRs is that yung mga POGO clients po ng mga covered persons like banks have no underlying legal or trade obligation, purpose, or economic justification. Meaning po yung transaction na ginagawa nila, yung deposit, na cash deposit, withdrawal, transfer of money, wire transfer, among others, has no underlying legal or trade obligation, purpose, or economic justification. That's the number one ground for the filing of the STRs. Dun po sa study na ginawa namin noong 2020. And total STRs po for POGO-related transactions are 1,031 STRs. Our assessment also showed that yung sa unlawful activity, yung binababanggit po ng mga predicate offenses po under the Anti-Money Laundering Act, number one allegation po sa STRs is the violation of Electronic Commerce Act of 2020, 2000. Totaling for 4.9 billion or 35% of the STRs pesos during the period covered by the study. Another finding po, the assessment showed that nearly all internet-based casino sector have possible exposure for suspicious activities with majority of the service providers. Ito po yung BPO nila. Meaning po, yung nagfa-file ng yung STR po, nakaramihan ng pina-file ng mga STR in relation po, not do sa POGO per se, but do sa service providers po nila, karamihan. That's another finding po. And another finding is majority of the observed transaction reports based on the STR data set are domestic in nature, largely involving cash deposits, withdrawal, checks, deposits, income, and outgoing remittances. This is contrary po dun sa business model po ng mga POGOs. Kung alam natin, online transactions sila. Pero itong mga STR based po sa cash transactions ng mga POGO operators or service providers ng mga POGOs. Kaya po yun ang isa sa mga finding namin, imbis na usually online ang transactions nila, dito maraming cash transactions, deposits, withdrawal, check, and remittances. Another finding po dun sa study namin in 2020 is based on the geographical location of identified entities. These locations of the POGOs and SPs are generally located po in Manila and Makati and the province of Cagayan. Collectively, mga 903 STRs po or 87% ang final in relation to POGOs and service providers located in these areas, Makati and Manila. In addition, STRs also filed by POGOs some of the POGOs are located offshore, sa Virgin Islands, sa Belize, among others. And these are both international and domestic addresses po. Hence, dito po sa finding na to, ang recommendation po natin, mas maganda po yung sana yung mga POGOs or their service providers are located in specific areas in order for the AMLC and of course other regulators or law enforcement agency to easily regulate yung mga POGOs in one area. Kaya based on our recommendation, mas maganda po yung may mga hub. Kasi mas madali po i-regulate, mas madali i-check po yung compliances nila with rules and regulations po ng AMLC. And also, we found in our study, we mentioned certain typologies and suspicious indicators which are published po regarding our risk assessment and also captured in the report. And some of the typologies include the relationship of the STRs filed in relation to POGO clients sa drug trafficking sa ibang related offenses, including violation of the Electronic Commerce Act of 2020, saka fraud po. Yan po yung mga related unlawful activities na related po dun sa mga fina-file na suspicious transaction reports. Basically po, yun po yung finding namin sa aming study. Para po maintindihan ng publiko, ang role po ng AMLC is an FIU, kami po nagre-receive ng STR sa covered transaction reports. Nalalaman po namin sa STR na yon saan konektado probably yung mga transactions sa mga bangko sa covered persons. Are they connected to certain unlawful activities, to violation of the Electronic Commerce Act, to drug trafficking, to other related offenses, or to swindling or fraud? Yan po isa sa mga purposes po ng STR. And then we connect these STRs to POGO clients or clients who are identified as service providers of POGOs.
Attorney, I'll make this simple, attorney, no,
Yes.
so that people will understand. The STRs, the suspicious transaction report, who is they file it? Sino nagpa-file?
STRs are being filed by covered persons. Kasama po dito yung mga bangko, financial institutions, saka yung mga tinatawag natin DNFBPs or designated non-financial businesses and professions.
The covered person includes POGO.
They include POGOs.
And they also include it. Service providers are also included.
Yes po, yes.
Okay, so in other words, they have to report to AMLA.
Yes, yes.
So kung ako POGO, I have to file reports to you.
Yes.
Service
Tama.
providers, ganun rin.
Tama po.
And you go through it, and then you see suspicious transactions, and pinapag-aralan yon, no?
Yes.
I mean, to make it simple,
Yes,
keeping it simple, no? And then, what you're seeing is, in your analysis of all of these transactions, may mga suspicious transactions na lumabas. Tama ba?
Let me clarify lang po, yung study po namin, yung suspicious transactions po, as regards suspicious transaction reports filed by other covered persons, hindi po POGO. Ito
Okay.
po yung mga bangko sa financial institutions.
So the other covered persons can file suspicious
Yes
transactions.
po.
That is related to another industry.
Yes.
Okay, all right.
Ang balihon transactor doon or ang kliyente or customer doon, mga POGOs or service providers.
Okay. 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 And let's just have one time period. How many STRs were filed? For example, from 2017 to 2000 to now. Meron ba tayong ganun na data? This is in relation to POGO,
POGO.
Just to POGO. Relation to POGO, relation to service providers.
Dito po sa study namin in 2020, 1,031 STRs from 2013 to 2019 po.
1,031 STRs.
Yes.
From
2013 to 2019.
2019. In your opinion, for an industry, marami ba ito o konti? Kasi pag you were talking about 6 years, so that's approximately 100 plus to 150 plus? Is this
Ito po nung period na to para sa amin konti lang ho to kasi actually ang total na po ng STRs sa buong lahat ng sasabit ng STRs, millions na po ang nare-receive namin so far. Sa industry, ideally, siguro estimate po dapat 800,000 po ang STRs.
for a specific industry?
For 1 year po, for 1 year.
For 1 year, 800,000.
Mhm.
So ito, just to put it in the proper context, we're talking about Maybe 120 a year, 150 a year versus 800,000 per sector, per industry. Tama ba?
Kasi po yung mga POGO clients, kaunti lang ho eh. Kaya this is understandable na 1,031 STRs lang in relation to POGO clients and service providers. Kasi between 2013 and 2019, kaunti pa rin ho ang, marami ng time na yun, pero relatively, compared to the rest of the industry, kaunti lang ho ang POGOs.
What is the value of this 1,031?
This is 14 billion pesos in transactions po.
So itong 1,031 is 14 billion.
14
terms of
billion pesos po
transactions.
in transactions.
All right. Okay. And again, no, just I want to make it simple lang. What they're saying is itong suspicious transaction hindi malaman kung saan nanggagaling yung pera. Is that the reason why is it suspicious?
Under the
You know where you should obviously you have to know where the sources of income is coming from.
Under the law po and the rules of the MLC, there are certain instances po where the banks or covered person can file STR po or suspicious transaction reports. Nasa rules po natin saka nasa batas po yung mga grounds na yon, including po yung sa mga sinabi ko, if the client or the one transacting or depositing or withdrawing has no underlying legal or trade obligation, purpose, or economic justification, that's one of the grounds po for the bank to file an STR.
This is gambling. So there's no trade purpose, there's no economic purpose. It's gambling.
Yes po. This is considered also as one of the red flags for the bank to file an STR. Ibig sabihin po, after filing the STR, we will analyze these STRs also if they are also these STRs are connected to other unlawful activities also.
In this 1,300, after your analysis, how many of these are considered in violation of law? Kasi ito yung mga suspicious no? But they're not necessarily in violation of the law. So ilan dito ang baga violation and also cases were filed?
In terms po of peso value, yung 4.94 billion pesos, which is 35% of all the STRs, are involved or in relation to violation of the Electronic Commerce Act of 2000. Yun po.
4.4 billion, you said?
4.94 billion.
Okay.
Yan po yung karamihan po sa mga STR, ina-allege nila doon na probably yung transaction is in relation to violation of this law, electronic.
So more or less about 1/3.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
And the other, the 70% are not in violation. Is that?
Those other STRs are in relation to mere red flags, particularly as I mentioned po, yung no underlying legal or trade obligation, purpose, or economic justification.
Okay. All right. So I guess kung 1/3 out of the 14 billion, I would assume it's not as, and for the last 6 years, I would assume it's not significant. Is that the right assumption?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
I mean, again, context to the whole other industry. Is that a correct assumption that it's not as significant?
It's not, based on these values, Mr. Chair, it's not that significant. But we must remember that these are merely based from the STR submitted by the banks. We cannot see all transactions of the POGOs and service providers regarding other covered persons who did not submit CTRs or STRs.
Okay.
These are merely based on the STR submitted by the covered persons.
But I guess that's where the risk comes in, no?
Yeah.
And in your report, you call this upper medium level in terms of risk. Is that correct?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Can you elaborate? It's in the medium pero upper siya. So can you elaborate on that? I'm trying to decipher what does it mean. No? I mean, there's risk. Ibig sabihin, it can be used for money laundering, but I would assume since it's medium, it can be corrected. No, I think that is my interpretation. But can you elaborate on that?
As mentioned in the study, Mr. Chair, considering that the threat or vulnerability risk and consequential impact, the overall risk of internet-based casinos for which POGOs are included and also their service providers is in the upper medium level. This requires po yung mitigation strategy to be executed. And for the vulnerability risk is moderately high level, with noted with the service providers framework of POGOs, resulting po sa targeted or macro level approach po sa analysis namin with the service providers. Hence, we conduct a what we call collective mitigation strategy with concrete actions of effectively supervising POGOs and also service providers as AMLC, as one of their regulators, including the PAGCOR.
I'll ask a basic question. If ever at this time, no, the way we are doing things, can POGO be used for illicit activities, for money laundering, laundering money from illicit activities? The way we are running it right now, from AMLA's standpoint, assuming, I mean, you gave some recommendations. No, I won't go into the detail whether the recommendations were approved, implemented, or not. But from where you are right now, there's risk, no, that's established. But can it be? I'm keeping it simple. Can it be used for money laundering?
Mr. Chair, I must say yes, based on the collaborative efforts of the other government agencies like PAGCOR and AMLC and other risk factors, POGOs and their service providers are highly vulnerable to money laundering. Among the contributory risk factors to ML or money laundering are high level of cash-based transactions. Like I mentioned to you a while ago, karamihan po ng transactions nila from 2013 to 2019 based on the study are cash. Kaya medyo magtataka kayo bakit cash pero ang kanyang business model is online. Pero nagde-deposit sila ng cash or nagwi-withdraw sila ng cash. Hence, this shows a weak or deficient anti-money laundering and countering the terrorism financing risk. There's a AML, CTF risk on this, and high level of, particularly because of the high level of anonymity of the customers. Like yung sinasabi po natin kanina, yung mga nagbe-bet, hindi natin kilala. Yun yung mga nagbabayad, hindi natin madaling makita po kung sino yung mga nagbabayad. Because of this anonymity of customers and gaming account users, and internet-based casino operators. There's also the risk for high level of use of agents or professional intermediaries, such as yun nga, yung service providers po. And due to the lack of supervision, if we the AMLC and PAGCOR, do not conduct effective and supervision over the POGOs and their service providers, their service providers may be prone to abuse and exploitation for money laundering and other unlawful activities.
All right. And if that is the case, assuming business as usual right now, what will be the consequences to the country? I know there are blacklisting mechanisms. So what will be the consequences? Assuming we do the same thing as we are doing right now, what will be the consequences to the country?
Mr. Chair, just to give you an update, regarding po yung ating gray listing ng Pilipinas sa FATF, let me state po once again, we already mentioned this during the last hearings po, that POGOs per se are not specifically identified in the FATF action plan. Nevertheless, POGOs are part of the supervised sectors, as I mentioned a while ago, though there is no specific action plan item pertaining to POGOs, one of the action item is the AMLC and also other regulators like PAGCOR conduct effective risk-based supervision over DNFBPs or designated non-financial businesses and professions, including po the POGO. That's why we are conducting effective risk-based supervision over the POGOs and service providers.
Is there a threat that we will be our ranking in terms of the listing will deteriorate? If we continue, assuming we continue with POGO, hypothetical, no? We continue with what we're doing right now. Is there a possibility that our listing might deteriorate? Because it affects, of course, our access, especially for our OFWs. No? I think that was the discussion when it comes to money laundering. So my question is, assuming we continue with what we're doing right now, status quo, will it affect our standing in terms of the listing? Based on your expert opinion,
Based on the gray listing po, as I mentioned po, it's no longer an action item regarding POGOs, but as regulators, AMLC and also PAGCOR, we just have to continuously conduct effective risk-based supervision over the NFBPs, including the POGOs and service providers. And also, based on the recent amendments also on the AMLA, the action item regarding the inclusion of service providers was already addressed. Because in the AMLA, service providers are already regulated and covered persons already. Hence, address na po yun. Ang gagawin na lang po namin, AMLC and also PAGCOR, we must conduct effective risk-based supervision over POGOs and service.
So in other words, it will not affect our standing.
Based po on the gray listing, it will not.
Yeah, okay. No, that's what just to paint the entire picture. No? I don't wanna. I want to cover all angles. So thank you to AMLAC. And any recent analysis on suspicious transactions in relation to POGO? Just let us know. Just give it to us. No? So we'll complete our analysis.
We are already updating this internet-based casino study for the period 2020 up to 2022, but we haven't released it yet. We are concluding it in 2 months' time.
Yeah. All right. Thank you. Thank you. And we go back to, I think the representative from PAGCOR is already online. Si Mr. Bakiran. So is he ready to receive questions? So anong position po ni Mr. Bakiran? Mr. Bakiran?
Good afternoon, sir.
Naririnig niyo kami? Can you hear us?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Sir, with this subject, at that time I was a senior compliance monitoring and enforcement officer.
Okay.
At that time, sir, when this project was being bidded out.
So I'm not sure if your colleagues have briefed you on what this committee aims to extract from you. The first question is the validation of documents in relation to high web. I was asking earlier, did the technical working group, headed by you, kayo bang chair ng technical working group?
Yes, sir. At that time, sir, I was.
Okay, and you were tasked to review the documents, correct?
Yes, sir.
Did you validate the documents submitted by HighWeb?
Sir, ganito po, what happened was, when we started validating the documents, in the middle of the bidding process, I was transferred out of the department. No? So I was not able to finish the bidding out of this project at the time. No? So hindi na po ako naging participant after 3 meetings, sir. So honestly, sir, that is all I could contribute here. I was not also given a copy of all the original documents that I had. No? So I was asked to turn it over.
So who replaced you? And bakit ikaw ang tinawag? I want to talk to the person who has direct knowledge on the validation. If you were removed, then PAGCOR should put someone who is knowledgeable. Hindi tayo matatapos dito. Paikot-ikot tayo.
Your Honor, sorry, I was not informed that he was removed from the TWG. We looked at the papers, the appointment of the TWG, and it was his name that was there. So we called him, but I was not aware that he was replaced.
We're, our session will start at 3 p.m. and we have to prepare for that. You're wasting the committee's time by fielding someone who is not knowledgeable with the issue on hand. Dapat naman siguro tinanong nyo na sa kanya kung alam niya yan bago siya isinalang dito because the questions were specific.
I apologize, Your Honor, that I was not able to talk to him personally. It was his colleague who was able to talk to him.
Well, I don't think we have enough time to call whoever kasi investigate niyo pa sino pumalit sa kanya. Diba? I don't know kung nandiyan pa yung pumalit sa kanya, baka hindi pumasok ng office. So, we're wasting everyone's time in doing so. So, ganito na lang. It doesn't speak well of PAGCOR that you cannot answer. No? This is an oversight over the POGO law. And an oversight covers everything under the sun. Lahat. Dapat pinag-isipan nyo na yan. And even in the past, in the second hearing, I already told you that we will focus on the third-party auditor. Alam ni Attorney Tan yan. Diba? Sana naman you prepared heavily on that. You called people who are directly knowledgeable on the topic para hindi tayo paikot-ikot because you're wasting the time of everyone. So let's do this. Just submit to us. The technical person earlier mentioned that meron raw kinausap raw yung mga tao sa Bahamas and all that. Submit to us that report. Kung wala, just tell us wala. Alam ko wala eh. Kung meron yan, dapat kanina pa meron eh. Alam ko wala. Wag na tayong paikot-ikot. Wag na tayong paikot-ikot because malalaman at palalaman rin namin yan. So wag na tayong paikot-ikot. Just tell us the truth. And then submit to us, well, I asked earlier, the bonuses, the PBB, not the 13-month, not the usual 14-month, not the usual rice allowance, ano yan, usual, the PBB, because that's related to the net income of PAGCOR. Submit to us the last 5 years, the PBB given, and then submit to us also the remaining bid documents in relation to the third-party auditor. Those are the two on hand right now, but we'll send you an email because Senator Cheese also required some submission, so we'll send you an email. And also to AMLAC, anything recent in regards to suspicious transactions on POGO, just submit to us, no? Because we're completing that angle also. So, ang top of mind ko is the bid documents to include what you said about validation, kung meron man o wala, and then also the bonuses. But we'll send you an email detailing some of the requirements that that we need in order to conclude this hearing.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. With that, 3 o'clock is, alam ni Valto, no? 3 o'clock is our hearing. So I just want to end by opening up to anyone who wants to, I know I did not call anyone, no, because of time, but anyone who wants to share their thoughts on the matter or to have any concluding statements, meron kayo? Kung wala naman,
Yung hospital.
all right. Okay, I just need to manifest this, no, but this has nothing to do with POGO. Uh, w- uh, um, this is to manifest that we are in consideration of Senate Bill number 134, or an act introducing administrative tax reforms, amending section 22, 51, 56, 57, 58, 77, 81, 90, 91, 103, 106, 108, 109, 110, 112, 113, 114, 115, 116, 117, 118, 119, 120, 128, 200, 236, 237, 245, and 248 of the Internal Revenue Code of 1997 as amended and for other purposes authored by Senator Gatchalian. This is in relation, Val, to the ease of paying taxes and the Bill of Rights. Take into consideration House Bill number 4125, an act introducing administrative tax reforms, amending sections 21, 22, 51, 56, 58, 77, 81, 90, 91, 103, 106, 108, 109, 110, 112, 113, 114, 115, 116, 128, 200, 236, 237, 245, and 248, and adding sections 312 and 313 of Republic Act number 8424, otherwise known as the Internal Revenue Code of 1997, as amended by Representatives Joey Salceda, Swan Singh, Briones, Dayang Hirang, and others. So I just want to put that on record and manifest. So with that, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much once again for your time. Maraming salamat po. We've taken up close to 4 hours of your time. Thank you for sharing with us information and also data. And I really appreciate your candidness and your willingness to participate. So with that, we'll suspend the hearing for now. And we will try to wrap up if we can, depending on the information that we have. But thank you very much. This hearing is hereby suspended.